you, we're going to be working on this plains castle base. From this angle, it looks like nothing has happened, but I've actually been doing a whole bunch of different stuff here. So there's more castle elements and different base themes going on, and I've gotten really into this base, to be honest. I've basically like noticed all these patterns, and I'm trying to replicate the combination of views and entrances and utility. So instead of having like one way to get in, there's as many as possible, and there's a way to receive materials, right? And I'm about to show you one of those. And so the idea is you'll come in, and then there's this facade here, right? And that facade is going to give the castle kind of element. But I'm also kind of trying to keep it like an illusion so that it runs well. So I'm not going to build all of this to be castle wall. I'm just going to put castle walls in specific spots to give that look of a castle, right? That's the idea. So there's two things I'm going to show you. I'll show you some stuff up there, and then I'll show you the conveyor system, because we now have a three-part conveyor system set up here. So let me just set this up. Hello, Quildor. Good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you are. I'm not sure where you might be. I hope you're doing well. And so here's the way this works. I recently came here with a bunch of stuff to help build, and it took me forever to lug it up this cliff. So instead, now you just come here and you, let's see, let's do a little reenactment here. So we have our fancy-pantsy quest boat, which is like absurdly quick and powerful. On Path of Magic, there's quests you can do from certain verdure, and you get a unique named boat for every boat. So there's a unique raft, a unique carve, and this, as you can see, is super fast, right? So the idea is you come back here, and you don't have to crash land it like I just did. But then you get all your nonsense, basically, and you toss all your nonsense here, right? So we're tossing all of our nonsense. La 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 la. Normally this would be gear that actually matters, right? Not just random crap. And then we turn our conveyor belt on. And then, oh, look at that. It starts going away. Where's it going? Oh, going up there. So this conveyor belt is actually so big that I need to turn on multiple parts of it. That will only get it a little bit of the way. And I got tired of going up that cliff and dying. And because of fall damage. So I made this little log ravine thing. And I discovered a new technique. So I'll show you the basics of it really quick. 'Cause it's very simple. Instead of making like long, complicated things, you pretty much just do this. Like, because you can apparently walk on this, right? So you can walk on the log. And so as long as you keep them clipped into each other, this one I did too far away. You want to stay a little bit out of the ground, but then like go back into it like this, right? And so you can make these little walkways that allow you to really easily go up and down really steep areas using the core wood logs. And I tried that for the first time recently, and I was shocked because it's like way faster than trying to make like some kind of footpath with a pickaxe or a hoe or something. And it was super easy. So that was cool. That was a little discovery. And it also helps because if your character slides, the logs like catch where your character slides to. So I'll probably do something there. But as you can see, that's what happens. The conveyor is only partially turned on pretty much. So I need to turn the rest of it on. So we're going to go over here to the rest of the conveyor. Here we are. And this area I haven't worked as much on. So it's not quite as polished, right? But so now if we go back, we can see that those items we were just looking at will actually have come further up the conveyor. See, they're slowly traveling up the conveyor there. And basically the idea is that that allows you to just do whatever. And then while you're doing your thing, the base is actually loading stuff up and it's going to move all of the material that we loaded from that boat over, and it's going to come up here, through here, right? And then go up there and be output here. And then I can toss it onto this conveyor, and anything I toss onto this conveyor will then go into the smelting area, and it automatically puts things into the conveyors as they, or sorry, the conveyor loads furnaces and stuff. So it's been, like, I know I did a lot of this before, but what can I say? I love it. Dakar made most of the conveyor script, and I'm really grateful for that. I have a lot of fun with it. I know it's kind of like different game, but whatever. I enjoy it. And Kildor says, I'm in Norway, and it is 11:22. I think 11:22 a.m., right? So it's still in the afternoon. For me, it is currently 4:25 in the morning. In order to be able to stream Valheim, I have to wake up at obscene hours so I can use the internet. The bandwidth gets shut basically as soon as all the businesses turn on. So I have to wake up really early, which is really funny because normally when people stream, they like stay up super late. But for me, it has to be the opposite. So I showed off that little conveyor. There's a way to receive stuff. We go up there. I want to add like some kind of castle turret look over here. And I've covered that what I'm trying to do with this base is make it like fun to be in and fun to bring resources to. Not so much be like some big instance heavy place. So it needs to be really playable and usable, so to speak, right? So first off, I'm going to just turn off the conveyor here, because I don't actually need stuff loaded right now. And the conveyor is still a work in progress. There's certain areas that basically I made too steep, so it has trouble conveying them. And it needs a little like gap every, like this sort of. It needs to have like 2 up and then a gap and 2 up and then a flat. So that way the flat area catches something if it falls. But that's been fun, to be honest. I personally, I think the conveyors are in a great state where they're like, mechanics get to a certain point where it becomes kind of fun to learn their nuances and how to better use them. And before that, they might not have enough depth to do that properly. So it takes a little bit of time to develop the mechanics so that it adjusts and influences gameplay enough that you can learn how to use it in different ways, right? So what we're going to do next is go up here. I think that's probably what I'll work on, is this little gap here. It looks a bit weird. And we want to go around the base and identify the areas that cause issues, basically. Like, for example, once I'm in this area, I have to, like, run up here because there's no valid staircase, right? So that's a problem. But then once I'm up here, it's pretty nice, right? Like, this is like a kitchen area. Yeah, I recently got the stuff for the spice rack, but where did I put the thistle? It must be down in one of the carts or something. Yeah, I went on an adventure to find the thistle, but anyway. So this area, that looks pretty solid. And then if you ever come visit the base, because PoM is a public, basically communal server. So you can join, and it's not like in other Valheim situations where people are super, super private with their bases. For the most part, on PoM, there's this big path, and the path goes all the way around the entirety of the world. And whenever you find bases on the path, they're usually communal bases. So if you go in, you'll find like multiple beds, and there's like usually food. In this case, I haven't made very much food. But you're welcome to like explore that way, because the idea with Path of Magic is not to make like some really hard experience. I know that it's on very hard, and it's no map, no portal, and that's intimidating for people. But that's not the goal. The goal is to make a challenging world that incentivizes the players to coordinate and build and do things together, because it's just a lot easier to survive that way. And that's the like mentality, not make it really hard in like an elitist way, but make it hard so that I can make game mechanics that change that part of it, right? There's all sorts of things that one can do here. Guess that's fine for now. So I'm just going to close this little gap up. And meanwhile, I will read some of the comments I didn't get to. So Zom0 said he didn't think of that. I think for the corewood thing, right? I was surprised by it as well. I just did it because I had already adjusted the terrain. So when I tried to use the pickaxe, nothing happened to the terrain because it was already at its maximum. So then I had to like just place some build items, and I did the corewood log. It was a complete accident. And it ended up like working way better than what I was originally trying to do. That almost got me. And then John Redmond says, the only reason I use the hoe to make a... the only reason I use the hoe to make my path is AoE damage. Blocks are great at it. Ah, wait, the hoe? AoE damage. Ah. Wait, how does that... can you explain how the hoe and the locks AoE... I understand the locks AoE damage, but I don't understand how the hoe interacts with that. Make sense? So here's another element of the base. We have this little winding path with this view over here, right? And whenever there's a view, I've caught myself a couple times almost putting up a wall. So instead of a wall, what I've been doing is making these, like, wall elements without the wall, right? So, like, to the outside, this sort of looks like a wall, but it's more like a platform. But it gives that castle-esque vibe without removing the good view. And I want the theme of this base to be, like, practicality, usability, so to speak, and nice views. Not of the base itself so much, but of the area away. So as you go around and do stuff in the base, you're going to see the nice views in the act of doing so. And I think for the moment, the biggest problem is this area here. Because this started as a placeholder, and its squareness, that's before I figured out the pattern I want to use, which I've started to implement over here a little bit. You can see how the basic gist is stone alternating 2x1 bricks as the foundation, and then elements of grouston in the upper part as trim, right? Like this. And then there's actually a little bit more to it that I didn't do. Did I use the darkwood or ashwood? I think I used the ashwood dividers. That's right. So basically we went like, I think like this, right? So it was in two areas. There was one there, but here it'll be different, right? So I'm just going to kind of wing it a little bit and place them here. With these, you often have to shift place them because they're, like, they don't place as well on the stone in particular, because the stone's very uneven. So it can be kind of a pain. So sometimes if you hold shift when it's on auto, it makes it much easier to place. I noticed that earlier. There we go. So, and that's like the pattern pretty much. Stone with the stone 2x2 block towards the top, and then with some groused and trim. And that's it. It's pretty simple. So we're just going to keep doing that sort of thing. And I'll go with this area here, because it's not... I see how basically we need to start that spiral staircase element. Because this base originally started with the idea of having this kind of Fibonacci spiral-like theme. And it's the last thing to add is a way for the character to travel down that path, so to speak. And now there's these cliffs here, but they break the energy when you're going through the base. The energy doesn't flow through yet, so that's what I'm mapping out in my head. I'm like moving around the base and looking at entrances, right? Because when you enter, okay, like this is a strong entrance. Like it's strong because when you start, there's a view. Then there's like a gate. And then you open the gate, and then there's another view. So that's strong. I wanna make note of that spot and utilize it, right? But then we have a problem because we want to be able to flow up into the base like that. And we can't do that at the moment. Instead, we just go along here basically and then go up into the base this way. But this is more like the mining, forging area. This isn't the main flow that'll draw in like a first visitor. Basically, the main flow will be there. It'll go up here somehow. And then this will be sort of the front part that they see. Pretty much. So I don't know how to do that in a not heavy instance way. But the other part of the pattern I've been doing is using black marble as like stairing and flooring for things. Because the goblins give you basically a lot of black marble and a lot of growstone and a lot of stone in almost equal amounts. And it has been an interesting experience because normally I don't combine these elements as much. But now, for example, I had fun with the stone and the growstone. But then I had all this black marble, and I wasn't sure what to do with it. Because I didn't like how the black marble makes it look. But then I realized, oh, like there's all this space I can fill up. So I can use the black marble for like the flooring elements, pretty much. Because black marble's very big, right? Like huge chunks of it here. So with this in mind, let's see if we can kind of recreate the spiral, because the spiral we originally suggested here is no longer relevant, because that was based on geographic features before all of these elements and buildings were added. So now we need to kind of realign a spiral with what has been built here, with this upper area being the top of the spiral, and then it kind of going down over there, winding up here, right? And this already kind of, you see how it kind of goes a little bit this way? That's kind of spirally already. So I think maybe we can use this here. And the spiral element can kind of go down that way. But then we have the problem of when we come up here, we're actually overpassing this a little bit. So do we want that? Does it matter? Let's see how it feels if I run over here and I just look up at the base, right? So what I'm imagining is that I'm overextending it a bit, and I'm gonna see does that impact the feeling too much? Because we would go right here if I don't overextend it directly to the building. Whereas if we use the spiral thing and I overextend it a little bit, then pretty much we run over here and we kind of go past the building a little bit to then go up to it. And so we would, our viewing point that we start at would be sort of around here, right? And that, I think I'm going to go with a kind of midway point. So instead of being right here, and instead of being all the way over here, I want to determine the entry point. And I have a feeling something like right here. So I'm going to make a little post. And this is going to be that's going to be my imaginary entry point. So this will be the center point of whatever path leads up to this vista or this view that is currently incomplete. There's this gaping section here, and this whole part there needs to be redone. So now I have to figure out how to make a spiral element that goes from here to there. Roughly, not so much to the gate actually. It can be more there, right? And I'm saying spiral, but it's more a curve that suggests a spiral, right? I'm not really gonna have a whole spiral at this point. I can just make some kind of spiraling energy, if that makes sense. Because the beginning of the spiral is really tight, and then it opens out a lot, right? But I'm not going to be going up that part a lot. This is the part of the base that's like practically useful, right? So that's why I've opened it up, and I want to have some kind of like a courtyard in this central area that's very open, right? And doesn't actually have the same power vibe there. I want to make it feel open and like easy to understand what's going on. Not easy to understand, but like easy to see a lot of the interesting elements. I really like it when like while you're doing one thing, you see something else, right? So for example, let's say we're coming up here. If these were on and smelting, there would be metal falling out of the ceiling and like falling down into this onto these stairs here. And I love stuff like that. I love it when going to do one thing in the base exposes you to other elements of the base, right? So this area will be like more organized and for crafting, whereas the area out there will be more of the entrance. But I like how big and open it is, so I'm going to integrate that somehow. That's why this area is actually quite important. So here, for example, all right, let's start with just making some very basic straight wood iron beams out of this initial starting point. If we have 90 degrees to go to, right? Like we're going that way. That will give us how many turns? 1, 2, 3, 4, basically. So I'm going to start a little bit over. So we're only going to get, I guess, 3 turns, so to speak. But that's mostly because it's very angular at first, and I'm not sure how to feel about that. So I need to make some kind of basic design here. We're going to start with 2, then go to 4, and then go to 8, right? 2, 3, 4. Oh, I ran out of wood, really? Did I actually run out of wood? Yeah, I have like everything except wood, but I have some coins, right? Yeah, here we go. All right, let's see. How much is wood? Wood is 980 coins. Okay, so that means that we take these 999 coins and we do 980. No, 980. Thank you. And then I go say bye. Boom. There we go. We got our wood. Yeah. And it overstacks it just for simplicity's sake. So I'm just going to put it in here. Alright, there we go. Now we have the wood that we need. And I really like using these wood iron beams for reference because you can build so many of them. You can build like 32 of them or something. Don't quote me exactly, but it's an absurd amount of them before they start breaking from those stability problems. So here we need to place 3 more. 1, 2, 3. And so now we would have 1 more tilt. And I need to make another forge, actually, so that I can even attempt this here. And then this final tilt should it should point directly at our spot here. So it's actually still one tilt off. You see that? And this would go for 16 of these pieces. So it would go all the way. So I think this means that we actually need to start this 1 tilt further, like that. So it would actually be more like this. 1, 2. Then we tilt it once. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then tilt it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now it would tilt. But see, now we have a new problem, right? Because that doesn't point towards the center area. So I think for the sake of our visuals, we're actually going to go with the first option. Because if we overextend a little bit, it allows us to create a bit more of the look of a curve. So I can kind of, instead of having this be in the same proportions I built it, I can have it kind of curve a little bit more. So it won't be like a true Fibonacci spiral, so to speak. But that's fine. I found that you don't need to use like perfect golden ratios every time. It's just good for you to start with that in mind so that you kind of place things in a way that doesn't get in the way of itself, so to speak. And also, this is kind of good for farming and that kind of stuff. And I don't want to have too many big farm areas here. But it would be bad if I block all of that area, because that's right above the land. So I think it's going to be better if I make some kind of curvy thing here that goes down and then kind of enters this way. And so that's what I'm going to go with. And instead of dealing with all of this one by one, I'm just going to build a forge down here. That way I can actually make these things, because now I can just get rid of that one. That's going to collapse all of those eventually. And for here, let's see. We're going to keep that one up because we want to use it as a reference point. But instead of starting the way it does, let's ask ourselves something. Do we want to make it go a little bit further? Because we started at 2, but it can just go further. That'll make it 1 or 2 meters further over here. Because this will need to turn again to go back and kind of meet down there. And I think that's going to enable that to happen more conducively, so to speak. So that's what we're going to do. We're actually going to go one more down, so to speak. Oh, I wonder, how do these pieces add up? Are they exactly... Oh, they are. Okay, so the beam itself... I didn't know that. I always thought they were different. I see. So that's why this beam is longer. So that it still takes up 1 or 2 meters exactly. I see. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I see how it would have been very confusing if they didn't do it that way, because then it would offset everything. So what we're going to do with that in mind is go down here. And so that means that's the same as us going our 3 pieces. So now we would turn. But keep in mind, I'm using this like a staircase, right? So I have to be aware of my limitations a little bit better. And it's not good to turn on an angle. So instead we're going to turn on a flat. And to do that, I'm going to make 2 of these. And then make the turn be a flat piece. That's all I meant when I said that. Just like this. There we go. And now it'll go back to coming down here. But it'll keep going down that angle, right? And we should be, yeah, we should be a little bit further out now because we placed ourselves 2 meters further earlier on. And that's why having these reference lines built with the sort of floating iron beams, oh, it's so useful. Really, really useful stuff. All right, so there's our straight one. And that starts the turn. And then we go down. But how far do we want to go here? Because now I have to kind of make a pattern, so to speak, right? Of what we want moving forward. And I think what I'm going to do, it's going to be 1 flat, 3 down. 1 flat, 3 down. And let's just see what that does. What's that going to look like if we do 1 flat, 3 down, 1 flat, 3 down. And we always curve on the flat. 1, 2, 3. And then we curve. Or turn, sorry, not curve. And so now, do I even need that anymore? I guess yes. Because this, yeah, this will be like the bottom, so to speak. So let's keep the pattern going. Let's overextend it. That's something I've found. It's genuinely good to overextend patterns, and then you can just delete the extra stuff that you didn't end up needing. And this actually goes perfectly into the wool right there. So that looks much more reasonable, because now we have a better curve that's going to be easier to build with stone later. I feel happy about that. So we're going to get rid of this stuff here. I'm going to not be a fool, refresh my food. Now that should make all that stuff start breaking. Good, good, good. Now, this is quite solid, to be honest. I think it's time to get just like a basic staircase in place. And then we can expand that basic staircase to be more complicated. But for now, I want to figure out, like, okay, we got this situation here, but do I want the stairs to be on the inside? Do I want the stairs to be on the outside? I don't know. Well, I'll have to find out. So give me a moment here. I'm going to go grab my tea while I get this rested buff. All right, I'm back. I will say, I really like that Valheim has that rested mechanic, because it gives a good opportunity to, like, do real life things, you know, like stretch and that kind of thing. Something I've learned from extensive computer use throughout my life for multiple decades is that using the computer a lot is really, really harmful to the body, particularly the muscles in the neck, upper shoulders, or upper back and the shoulders. It leads to inflammation because of the fascia, which are like the tendons in your muscles. And there's these, like, they're almost like rubber bands, and they're part of your muscles function. But when the body doesn't move around properly, the fascia pulls too much because the body isn't giving it enough resistance. And that causes the body to go into immense pain and get headaches and all sorts of horrible problems. So most of the issues that people get from using the computer are not actually from, like, light and the screen. They're actually from how we hold our bodies while we use the computer, basically. And so I personally, in order to avoid pain from the amount of computing that I do, I can't just sit at a desk. I become very sick because of how much I've used a computer in my life. So I have to stand, and then even if I just stand, I'll get hemorrhoids because of how much I use the computer. I know maybe that's too much information, but I'm trying to help you guys understand that, like, we live in an era where a lot of the pain you experience is actually preventable. And if you go to people asking to prevent the pain, they're going to misattribute where it actually comes from. And the pain normally comes from inflammation in our bodies due to not moving properly. It really is that simple. And I've learned that personally. Like right now, for example, I have a little bit of a headache. And the reason I have a headache is because I haven't been stretching enough in my neck areas. And once you learn to do these things, you can literally check your muscles and physically feel the thing causing you the pain. And that's why I don't get it. Like you can look this stuff up online and you'll find people debating whether it's real, and Google would be like, is myofascial pain syndrome a real thing? And like the fact that it's even called a syndrome, it's like, what the hell is this nonsense? We live in such a fucked up era where everything is sold as a pill or something, and really there's ways that you can heal yourself so that you don't suffer. You don't have to just go get put on a bunch of nonsense that gives you a bunch of other problems that you have to pay for. You can literally like take care of your body through motion and not eating trash, and then you won't have most of the pain that humans experience. And like that's the sad reality of it. Like we live in an era where we're completely surrounded by all this filth that's really bad for us, both mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. And like it's so convenient to use these things that it's hard not to get lost in it. And it has really, really bad detrimental effects to our mental and emotional well-being. And that was all around triggered by the fact that I love Valheim's rested system. Because it shows that they're willing to get into more than just that, right? So I have a feeling that we should show off some smelting here, because I haven't really shown how this system works. So I'm going to take all of the smeltable stuff I have, which isn't actually that much right now, but that's okay. I can probably trade for some of this scraps here. Yeah, here we go. So in Path of Magic, you can trade black metal scrap to a diverger, and they'll give you half that amount of iron. So I haven't done the motor progression yet, so I can't smelt black metal. But we're just gonna go down here, and I want to show you how this part of the conveyor works, because it's really cool, in all honesty. So first off, conveyor foremans give you you have to have a kiln to summon one, so you'll always have a kiln. And when you fill a kiln up near a conveyor foreman, they give you 100 coal in the kiln basically for free. So it's an incentive to use the conveyors, because you don't have to waste wood or do anything else. You can just get free coal. And so here, for example, we're going to take these metals and we're going to toss them onto this conveyor section here. And I actually have one more thing to do. I have this stack of black metal scrap, right? So I can sell it to him, and then he gives me half that amount of iron. That's just a way to get more iron, because let's be real, everyone wants iron in Valheim. It's the more in-demand metal, especially on a server that's more building-centric. Iron holds its value very, very well. So now that we have this set up, we can turn this portion of the conveyor on, which is going to take everything up here. And the conveyors get slower based on the number of pieces that are around. So right now, they're pretty slow because I have set up this super, super long conveyor system. And that's still just something I'm messing around with, so don't worry too much about that. But they actually work quite quickly when you do them normally. Although I might have just gotten DC'd. Let's see. 5 a.m. did the server shut? Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. We're good. We're good. Alright, so now if we keep watching this, we'll actually go up here while it's happening. We should be able to just see all of these just start turning on pretty much. And that's why I think that the conveyors are so fun. It adds this element of adding systems into your base that just isn't there in normal Valheim. And for me, it creates this depth to the base building experience. And I want to figure out more ways to make that feeling happen. Because I have this belief that Valheim, everyone knows Valheim shines. Building is amazing in Valheim. Like, really, genuinely, it's Valheim's shining main point, right? I would argue that Valheim doesn't incentivize players to build. It incentivizes players to make shacks and stuff. But considering that one of the most enjoyable long-term parts of Valheim is the building process, it doesn't really incentivize players to build that much. And that's why I'm trying to add a lot of these mechanical features that give players reasons to just build something and increase the convenience to the player of building something. That's why, like on PoM, you don't really need to like cut wood or mine stone. You can explode rocks or find builder's boxes with hundreds of stone, or purchase, 500 stone at a time. Like you've been seeing, I just bought 450 wood, right? So like, I don't believe in doing a lot of tiny little tasks over and over again unnecessarily. I think that basically you're going to spend a certain amount of time in Valheim. And the more little tiny things you do that are really repetitive, the less more creative things you do in the long run before you lose interest. Because you're always going to lose interest in a play session. It's just natural. Everybody does. There's nothing wrong with that. And I don't try and stop that from happening. But what I try and do is make it so that more of that experience people have is one where they get to do the more interesting parts of Valheim that are more creative and centered around combat or building or exploration, and less of the inventory management, farming, being forced into doing stuff so that you can do something that you want. I like giving players options, and I generally believe that that is a more enjoyable way to handle it, at least for me as a person, because one thing to remember about Path of Magic is it's absolutely a community-driven experience, but also at the same time, I do a lot of things so that I can study game development, so that I can learn how something is handled by a player. And so sometimes these things are confusing for people, because I'll do something and it's like, it doesn't make sense. But to me, it makes perfect sense. But apparently I live in a different world, so it's always interesting learning about the psychology. And to be honest, that's so I never really planned on PoM unfolding the way it did, or has unfolded, because in all honesty, like, okay, I love Valheim, but I didn't think that I would be able to practice game development and get like actual experience. And what I mean by that is, okay, sorry, let me rephrase. To practice game design and get actual experience. Because obviously I'm not developing, I'm not like programming the things in Valheim. That's what Iron Gate does. But what I'm doing is I'm taking the prefabs that they've made and I'm figuring out from a game development perspective how to rework them. And then watching how players interact with those reworked mechanics, and based on those experiences that I see the player have, I then make new mechanics and test things, right? So in that sense, I have more flexibility than Iron Gate does, because they have to spend the resources to then put something into the game and implement it properly. Whereas anyone who does EWP scripts can just like whip up a script in, you know, a couple hours, maybe a day or two if it's fancy. And then like as long as you have players, you get playtesting immediately. And it creates this feedback loop where as a game developer, like, okay, or a game designer, or whatever you want to call it, this is the perfect feedback loop to learn as much as possible. Because let's say I have an idea, right? Like actually, okay, I'll use an example for you right now. Here we go. We'll improvise a little bit and add some scripting lesson here. So as you've noticed, I like hens a lot and chickens. And unfortunately, all of the chickens in the base seem to have been killed somehow by some nefarious goblin. But Valheim puts me in a position where, yeah, I get that omelet recipe later on, which is nice. But I would like the food without having to kill the chicken, right? And normally, you can't do anything about it, right? But because this EWP thing exists, I can change this reality, right? So I can make it so we can trade an egg with a diverger for some chicken meat. So it would work like we give him an egg and he gives us a chicken meat. Make sense? Except probably I would do it in a whole stack, right? So you give him 20 eggs and he gives you 20 chicken meat. Something like that. So I would just, now that I've had that idea, so to speak, through organic gameplay, which I will mention is the single most important place for you to get your ideas. I'm going to show you a little bit of the actual creation process here. So I'll switch this design up a bit. Okay, now you'll see the entire screen. And pretty much, this is how it works. You have organic gameplay. You're playing in the game, or you are talking to somebody who is playing in the game. If you're just thinking about some random thing, maybe don't try and implement that idea necessarily. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I've just found from personal experience that, like, the best changes come from experiences you have while you play. Okay? So if you're having an experience in Valheim and that frustrates you, then you can create something to fix it. That's a perfect example. But alternatively, if you're having an experience in Valheim that you absolutely love, you can then adjust it to make even more of that. Do you see what I'm getting at? It's not necessarily best to think about ideas. I know that we love thinking in our era in the West and all these great thinkers and all this, blah, 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 blah. None of that matters. What matters is the experience that you have and then reacting to that experience playing the game by adding ideas and implementations of things. And the reason I'm hammering this home a lot is because now that I've been more involved with others and I've taught more people and I've been taught, I have a better sense of kind of the mistakes that people make. And I'd say one of the most obvious ones is that people develop very random things that don't really have much practical usage in the actual Valheim gameplay loop. So I would personally recommend that to find things to develop, you play and then react to an experience you have while you're playing. Make sense? So I heard a little ding. Let's see. Hello, Skittle. Welcome, welcome. Sorry I was a moment late there. I was going on a little rant. And I've been trying not to forget what I'm ranting about in the middle of it and end the rant. So I tend to get distracted when that happens. So basically, I've been talking about game development in Valheim using EWP, and I was explaining how you want to rely on the game experience itself as the origin of the things you're going to develop. And so this is what I do. I have this section here called the implementation list. And whenever I'm playing, I get a feeling. And if it feels really confident, I'll put it in the implementation list, right? So we can see here I have the trade already here from a couple days ago. 2 days ago, apparently. I was playing, and I wanted to add a diverger trade for 2 eggs for 1 chicken meat, right? And then there's also some other things, and these are all, it's like notes that you just take while you're playing, and you can see if we keep scrolling up, been doing it for a really long time. Lots of different notes here. And this was actually only implemented like 8 months into the process or something. So I only learned to do it this way later on. And basically this is the ideal list of things I intend to develop. And then when I actually develop them, so to speak, they get an entry here, right? So this is sort of like the patch notes for Path of Magic. And this one's much more like, as you can see, it's much more long. I can't even scroll to the top of this one because I've been implementing this for longer. The changelog actually gets like, or sorry, this implementation list actually gets deleted because, believe it or not, I do go through these things and eventually cross them out and remove them, basically. And once they're removed, they basically end up being placed here with a description so that players who are currently playing kind of know what's going on. But as you can see, like, I mean, it's way too much. You can't like join Path of Magic and then just learn all of this. Like, this isn't even, it doesn't even load everything. There's so much stuff. Like, obviously you're not going to learn about all of the changes. Now, I know, like, I say that casually, but like, I really mean that. Like, people join and they drastically underestimate the quantity of alterations that have been made to the mechanics. Like, people think, oh, it's Valheim with a path, or oh, it's Valheim with this, or oh, it's Valheim with that. You know what I mean? But then they join and then they start to realize, like, oh, when he said there's like over 3,986 now, by the way, changes, like, I mean it. There are a lot of changes in this game. That's why, like, you can trade things with the diverger, right? Like, I can toss this stone at him, and then he's gonna tell. Connected my microphone there, but we can actually like interact with the diverger and trade them things and that kind of thing, right? So let's say I had pissed off this diverger, I could like give him something pretty much to calm him down if it was the right kind of food, eater food. All sorts of different things you can do. As you've seen with the conveyors, there's all sorts of crazy stuff. So Skittle asks, will Deep North be the last biome in Valheim? Yeah, as far as I know, they're quite committed to that. Maybe they'll work on the ocean afterwards. That's completely possible. 1 second here, I'm switching this back. It's completely possible that they will work on the ocean at some point. I don't know personally, but as far as I know, yeah, the Deep North is the last biome, and it'll be combined with like, well, at least in the interviews, they talked about combining the Deep North with like 1.0 and like the quality of life stuff, because before they talked about separating that. So that's the last thing I've heard. I don't know if that's actually going to be how it plays out personally, but honestly, I don't know. For me, I already love Valheim so much that I honestly, like, they could never do I wouldn't give a shit. Like, I get that, like, it's cool and I'm excited and Ashland's is really awesome, but for me, like, I'm only just recently getting to a point where I'm starting to wrap my head around how to implement Ashland's assets that they've added in Path of Magic to make Ashlands more throughout Valheim. Because, like, as you can see here, this would normally be impossible, right? You wouldn't normally have the plains stuff. I mean, not impossible, but, like, I'm in the plains in bronze gear. Yeah, it's over leveled, but, like, this normally wouldn't be a thing, right? And the fact that the castle has Ashland's peace elements, that would mean I went to Ashland's and came back to the plains, which you're talking about super niche stuff. Like, that's not something most players will ever experience. Like, some people do, don't get me wrong. But for the most part, like, that's not much of a thing. And for me, I think that's a problem because, like, the reality is that most Valheim players are going to play the Meadows in the Black Forest and build something maybe, and maybe that's it. So I think that there should be ways to get Growlstone and all of the Ashwood and Black Marble and all of these building materials, not necessarily the metals because they're for progression, but the stone and the wood, they should be available much, much, much earlier in the game because players are really missing out on how it feels to work on a building when you have like a couple hundred Growlstone to mess around with or a couple hundred Ashwood. And that way, when they actually get more of the resources later on in the game, then they have more practice with it and more experience, so they're more able to utilize it. So my general attitude on PoM is that all non-progression building resources should be available like very early on. Pretty much you should be able to build this kind of stuff in the Black Forest. That's my idea pretty much. Skittle says, "Okay, I'm done fighting the first boss. I hope it will be a nice journey playing the game." Oh, so you're playing Valheim for the first time, huh? That's awesome. I'm really excited for you because Valheim is a true gem, an absolute gem. And like, I don't want to give off the wrong impression. I talk a lot about changing Valheim and adjusting things, but that's just because I've played Valheim for thousands of hours and I like get more meaning at this point from adjusting things and learning about it. And that process has added a lot of depth for me. I don't think you need to do that. Valheim is a beautiful game. You do not need to mod it in any way, in all honesty. Even like, yeah, it's true, I like using these quality of life mods, especially this quick slot mod, and I like being able to build things from containers nearby. I love that, but I don't think that you fundamentally have to use these things. Valheim itself, it is a huge inspiration for me as a person. And that's why I get so pissed when people complain about Valheim. Because for me, it shows that, like, if you're complaining about Valheim, you're complaining about a $20 purchase that I just can't fathom it for me. Because, like, I get that Valheim's not a perfect thing. But at the same time, like, that's why I love it. Because there's all these things that I can adjust now using Yair's EWP mod. So, and when I adjust things, players on the server don't even need to change anything. They're still vanilla. They just do whatever they want, and they have to deal with, on this server, this happens, right? So for me, it's irrelevant if Iron Gate does something or doesn't. It doesn't matter, and I get to experience so much joy in this game that they've made that for me, like, in my heart, I can't fathom honestly complaining about it. It feels like biting the hand that feeds you, or like, it just feels wrong. And so when I read these comments on, not any of you commenting on this channel, you guys are really chill, to be honest, but I mean, like, when I look at, like, Iron Gate posting or doing interviews and the kind of things that people comment, it's so shit. Like, it's so shitty. Especially because Irongate has given us a $20 one-time payment game. Like, that is insane for the amount of time and the creativity. Like, they're not greedy at all. Especially compared to all these other... You know how many people would have sold off the moment they hit off? They would have just adjusted the entirety of the game, gotten rid of all the extra stuff they were going to do, made it what it is, and sold it off to a big company for loads of money. Like, they could have done that, and most people would have, and they didn't do it. Like, you gotta give them credit that in an era where gaming is systemically destroyed by marketing greed and corruption, I would rather support people like Irongate who take their long ass time and maybe are frustrating sometimes, but you know what? They gave us this, so who gives a shit? Like, really? Are you really going to be so picky about it that you want to, like, you know, give them crap? Sorry, that was just my rant, just because I get frustrated with people and the way they treat Irongate and talk about it. And it's mostly because I've seen some of the interviews, and, like, I don't know, the developers, like, you can tell they read comments and shit, and they take them seriously, and it's like, damn. I wish you'd speak more with the people who love the game and don't feel like they need to tell you how to change it. Like, it's like, it's pretty clear that, like, I don't think that Irongate has a really good sense, a close connection with the people who really love Valheim. They, like, pay too much attention to these people who just talk shit online and don't play Valheim. Like, really, like, most of the people talking shit about Valheim don't can play the game. And, like, I hate that that is a thing in gaming now, where game developers listen to people talking shit online who don't play their game above the active players of their fucking game. It's so stupid. Like, it drives me bonkers, I swear. It's like if you want to develop a game now, you have to not get into game development, because game development careers are so fundamentally skewed and corrupted that you will be forced to watch something you love get destroyed. And so the only way to develop a game now is to be indie or a small team like Irongate, because otherwise the influences around you and the fact that there's lots of other people who need a lot of money creates a circumstance where it's not about the game anymore. It's about the finances for the company to provide the payments to the employees. And inevitably, a business owner will come along who cares more about that than the gameplay experience. And then it's just a conversion metric of how long you can milk the fan base before they eventually completely give up on you decades later. Like, and I hate it. I hate it. I think it's the only thing in this world that I hate. I don't even like using the word hate, but seeing the quality of games, like, it's sad, really. But on the other hand, there's a bunch of really awesome indie games, and we have Steam and all of these other ways that, like, individual people can develop stuff now. So I'm not saying that gaming as a whole is shit. I'm just saying that AAA gaming, mainstream gaming, and if you want a gaming career and you get a job working for Bethesda or one of these big software companies, like, you're going to have to watch people destroy the thing you care about. And your career will be more about having to deal with the nuances of business and people. You know what I mean? The microphone is too. 1 second. Maybe it's too. Where's the thing? 1 moment, I'll fix that. I'm also yelling a little bit, so I can just talk more quietly. But when people get into the game development career, what ends up happening is they lose the ability to just work on the game. And I don't think it used to be like that. But now you end up getting funneled into this situation where game development mechanics are intended to cause profitable behavior in the players. And that will always lead you away from the core gameplay loop, the thing that's really enjoyable. That's always going to be what makes problems. Here we go. I adjusted the voice on the software thing, so now it should be fine. I was in the red, I see what you mean. And I got really into that rant, completely forgot about drinking my tea. So let me collect my thoughts for a moment. And if any of you have any questions, like, for me, for the stream, this is more like something to activate the server, to practice playtesting, and to talk about game development. I don't need to make like the most engaging high demand content on the live stream. So if you want to ask a question, like if I see it, I'll go into detail about it. I'm perfectly open to that. You can literally just ask anything while I'm doing something else, and when I see your question, I'll prioritize that over the thing that I'm doing. Especially if you ask something about game design or about Valheim. Yeah, maybe something if it's about life and these things as well. There's a lot that I've learned about like personal happiness and taking care of the body. And I think these things are really useful for people, but I found that like, because I used to make a lot of different kinds of content and I experimented a lot. And I've found that there's certain things that are incredible for people to learn about. Absolutely incredible, life-changing things. But you can't just go around telling these things to people because they don't care and they don't understand that their suffering will be relieved and they won't believe you. So you have to wait for people who initiate interest. And then when those people ask questions, you can elaborate and they'll get it. They will listen. But if you just try and talk about things that people don't initiate some kind of interest in, then you can't expect people to do what you say, if that makes sense, right? Like I've found that for me personally, I just don't really think it's ever relevant to tell someone else what to do. Because it seems that people in general are very, like they're struggling and quite stressed, and it's hard for them to function, basically. So when you add more to that, it makes life harder for people. And then they won't really appreciate it, obviously. And a lot of people, without realizing the way they talk and these things, they'll make things harder for people. And I've seen a lot of that. Like, it seems that people don't really know. Maybe you all listening can tell me if I'm wrong about this or not. But it seems that people lack basic social skills. And I really mean that. Like, you know how a dog, if it's been just with its owner its whole life and it's never seen other dogs, sometimes they can be quite, like, aggressive with other dogs when they first see them. And they're very possessive with the owner and that kind of thing. It's called, like, not being socialized, right? I feel like most humans are like that. They, like, have had so little authentic time with people being, like, treating them well, that they fundamentally believe that humans are, like, greedy and violent. Like, I mean, I'm sure a lot of you listening to this feel that way. Most people I know believe that, like, war, violence, and greed is a fundamental part of human nature. Would you say you agree with that? I would assume you do, just because most people I know, they do. I do not agree with it. I think that humans are like clay. We're like a copy paster. We're like a monkey that's really, 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 really smart and has a really, really good memory. But at the end of the day, we're not one thing or the other. We're just whatever we've come from. And we exist in a time but we like to make it seem like we got everything figured out. And there used to be cavemen, but we're not cavemen anymore. No, no, no. Now we have our fancy technology and we've solved all of the problems. And the world progressed forward, right? It's like one of those linear charts. The world progresses up and up and up and up. Technology improves and improves and improves. Life gets better, and it's all nonsense. Everything in this world is cyclical. So our quality of life really is not better than the ancient societies and the people who were privileged in those societies. If you look at the ancient Romans, for example, and you compare modern city life in a privileged country to modern city life in ancient Rome, you'd find a lot more similarities than you might expect, despite the fact that ancient Rome was around thousands of years ago. They had running water, whole societies, education systems, government democracy, all this kind of stuff, right? Everything is cyclical, and we are very egotistical, and we're prideful. So we like to think that we're the best and we're very special. But we're not. We are still cavemen. And when it comes to how we treat each other and how we treat ourselves, we are very blind and very naive. If you've ever heard how doctors in the past used to dissect bodies that were dying, and then they would go and like deliver babies because they didn't know about germs, and in doing so they killed a lot of people by giving them infections because of their medical practice. We still live in that level of archaic nonsense. It's just reshaped itself. And the problem is that you get lied to as a kid, and you get told that that's not the case, and that we've figured it all out, and that we're oh so much better now. But really, it's just a matter of how you twist the numbers. Because if you think about it, okay, let's say that it's true that people used to suffer a lot thousands of years ago, and let's say that 99% of all humans suffered horribly for the first 99% of human existence, right? Numbers, right? People love numbers. Well, even then, there's still more suffering humans on this planet today by number than there ever were. We've produced a higher quantity of humans who do not have their basic needs or their emotional needs than ever before in human existence. But we like to say, oh, no, don't look at it that way. Just think of it as a percentage. As a percentage, there's so many more people doing well than there ever were before. Which, yeah, is true. But that's the thing. It's all math and numbers. And like, for me, it's about the people. And the reality is, we live in a time where there's loads and loads and loads of people who are suffering. Huge quantities of people who are suffering. So I don't like to sugarcoat that, and I don't appreciate how growing up as a kid, I was regularly lied to, not with malicious, and not necessarily through someone I know directly, but through the influence of the society I was a member of. My father died when I was a child. This caused me to be a fundamental threat to all parents of other children, because parents in this modern era are so lacking in understanding of what the children actually need, which, by the way, is time of day. If you think a college degree is more important to your kid than your time, eye contact with them in the first 5 years of their life, 10 years of their life, don't be surprised if your kid goes into drug addiction. Because we live in a time where people fundamentally neglect themselves and their children. They allow businesses to completely dictate the way that they live their lives, and people are fundamentally, routinely tricked over and over and over again into giving up the most valuable time in their existence for people who do not give a single flying shit about them. And for the most part, that's known. that's the thing that's so crazy to me. Like, I don't get how people can like live in a world where they know these things and then just like try and game the system anyway. It's like, wait, what? Like, that doesn't make sense to me at all. That's why, like, I feel like you have to be willing to give stuff up. And that's why I moved to Nicaragua. And no, it's not like you have to move to Nicaragua, even if you live in the US, for example. You can just move to a place in the US that is cheaper. But most people are under this impression, don't get me wrong, I know that some people really can't move. I was in that circumstance for a period of my life. I'm just saying, most people are under this impression that they can't do things. And they're fundamentally wrong most of the time. Like, that's what's so, what I keep trying to get at, is that we live in a time where people are fundamentally unwell. They're hurting. They're sick. Not just physically, but also emotionally, mentally. And like, I can speak to you this way because I lost my father when I was a kid, right? I was like 10 when he got sick, 11 when he died. I saw him go from my hero to, yeah, a thing, a body moaning, kept alive by a machine. You know, that was a very traumatizing experience. But at the same time, that experience shaped me into a person who's able to be happy. Because aside from that, I was very loved. And you know, the fucked up part is, even though I've been through these things and seen these things, my dad was so loving to me that it doesn't seem to matter. Because compared to other people's relationships with their father, I have a good relationship with my dead dad. I don't have daddy issues and these things the way that a lot of peers and other men that I know do. And I know multiple other people whose dads died and then the kid killed themselves in their 20s. Like, it's definitely a harsh experience, right? And this experience, what it taught me is that we are fundamentally unprepared for the traumas of life. Because once, as a kid, I experienced that kind of trauma, everything in my life changed, not because of the trauma, but because how I was now treated within society. Once parents of other children find out that you have been through something like that, you are now damaged goods. You're a threat to their kid. They're much more likely to look at your behavior with a critical eye because you've seen things. They don't want their kids to see things. They for some reason they have this notion that if a child sees death or understands that death happens, that it's going to ruin their childhood. And this notion, from my perspective, is one of the origins of suffering in the culture. We are so fundamentally unable to handle trauma that we distract ourselves endlessly in our attempts to stop ourselves from having to face traumatic events in our life. And this creates, it's so profitable, incredibly profitable. It creates so many emotional opportunities for products to calm you down. And that's just what I mean when I say that we're fundamentally sick. And one of the ways that manifests is through our mental health and emotional well-being. And the reason that it is like this is because it's more profitable for things to stay and to slowly stagnate that way. It's not that there's some like cult trying to control everything. I don't believe in any of that nonsense. It's just human nature. It's not that people are greedy. It's that people seek comfort. And in our culture, we are lied to and tricked and constantly offered comfort that actually hurts us in the long run. We are surrounded by short-term gains at long-term costs. Everything you see around you is likely to be something that might be cheap now but costs you more in the future. And you have to learn a resilience to this part of our reality, right? You have to learn how to manage it, how to deal with it. And in doing so, you use up cognition. You use up a little bit of that valuable willpower. And that makes you one step closer to being in the state of seeking for comfort. Because if you aren't fundamentally unwell, what are you going to buy? And this is the issue I have. I know the way I talk, I'm very critical of like society and these things, but I fundamentally, it's not like I believe in some alternative. Like, it's true, like, yeah, I'm very, like, Buddhist, or some people refer to me as a socialist and these things, because I live in Nicaragua. But I don't believe in any of that government stuff, or, like, this is the way I look at it. The government is a reflection of behavior, and if you want the world to be a better place, you have to treat people better. You have to be more compassionate. And not only do you have to be, but your government has to act in a compassionate way. That is what matters. It doesn't matter what the piece of paper that says what the law is cold. It could be a capitalist, it could be a socialist, it could be a communist, it could be whatever, and do horrible things, or do great things. It is completely irrelevant, and we have this stupid war of fucking paper documents. As if like, oh, we're not all humans suffering from similar problems. We have to create all of these separations so that we can justify killing each other. And it's like, doesn't that show that we're not violent? Because we have to create all this bullshit to trick ourselves into doing it? You see what I'm getting at? We just come into a time where we haven't figured out the world. And we haven't figured out how to be peaceful. That doesn't mean that we're fundamentally not. And if you actually look at human behavior, I would argue that there is a lot of evidence that humans are inherently peaceful. And not just humans, but most creatures, most animals. Obviously, like a predator is not going to be inherently peaceful to the things it preys upon. But you can look at different predators, and there's even predators who raise the young of things they prey upon in certain situations. So this world is not as simple as we make it seem. There is a lot more depth and nuance to it. And if you are suffering, you're probably suffering because you believe a bunch of bullshit that you've been told growing up about the world. It's not even true. Most of the things people believe have been put there to be profitable over the past 150 years. That's kind of just how it is. If you don't understand that, you don't accept that, you're probably going to get taken advantage of and hurt as a result. So it's just important to learn about these things, because otherwise they're going to consume you. They're going to use up your resources. And if you're interested in that kind of thing and you want to do something that actually makes a difference in your life, like if you feel some kind of energy vibing right now or whatever, I recommend that you go to YouTube and you watch videos of people on their deathbed talking about what they regret about their life. For me personally, that is one of the more meaningful activities that I've done, because it really helped me understand that the way people live, most people are living doing things they actively regret. And if you don't realize this, you're going to look at their life and think that it's something they're proud of, that they're happy about. And maybe, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe they are really happy. But you'd be surprised how many people are not happy at all, even though they seem to be so. As you can tell, I talk about pretty intense stuff, and as a person, I'm like that as well. I open up very quickly, and I talk about very vulnerable things. And I've learned that in showing my vulnerability, talking about what I've been through, other people are very open with me about what they've been through. And that's why I can tell you with confidence that most people have traumas they don't talk about. Most people who seem happy have serious issues that you have absolutely no idea about. And it's better to assume that these things are happening than to assume that they are not. Because you never really know, and that's ultimately why I believe that one should always treat people well. Because you never really know what is going on. And I've been in situations where I've seen what's actually happening to someone at home, and I can't ever be mad at them again. Like, when you actually start understanding that, like, even these people I talk shit about, these people who complain about YouTube, they're the proof that people suffer. Like, they're incredibly unhappy. These are suffering souls. Or sorry, the people who complain about Iron Gate. They're the prime example of it. And for me, like, I don't know, I probably you'll experience this as well, because in my personal life, I often have this experience with people. But I talk about these things because for me, I want to know them, because then they don't surprise me. And when something happens in life, I don't get bummed out by it. Like when some horrific war starts, I don't get bummed out by it, because I already got bummed out about that horrific war starting years ago when it actually started and we were all lied to about stuff. Like, you learn the history of things and you start to see, like, oh, like, we're no better than anyone else. We really are in a time of screwing everything up and being incredibly immature. And I'm not referring to, like, the current administration or something. I mean all administrations. Like, it's not, I'm not trying to get, like, partisan here. I'm just saying that we, for the most part, we still have a lot to learn as humans, and we do not value the right things. And most of us make sacrifices to people who openly and actively abuse us in the name of providing for our families, when we would be a lot better off just leaving and going somewhere else and taking our whole family with us. But who has the courage to do that? And that's where trauma comes in. You don't have the courage to move until you've been traumatized enough to do so. And that's probably what happened to me. I was willing to leave and move to the, so to speak, impoverished third world because I had such a horrible experience in the first world. Right? Without that experience, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be able to just spend my time doing what I want, playing Valheim, learning, practicing game development, managing the server. I would be suffering, having to work a job that I don't feel is the best thing for me to be doing at that moment, and the rest of my life would be delegated to my free time. And that's the way I lived for the entirety of my existence in the United States. That's how everyone I know lived. That's how my parents lived. That's how my family lives. It's how everybody lives. I didn't meet a single person when I was there who was living in a way that I truly, truly felt was like they're just doing what they love and happy. For the most part, I was by far the happiest person in almost every situation I was ever in. So I don't know if that gives some context into why I always talk about people suffering, but from my perspective, it seems like they're suffering a lot. Like, really. And it makes sense, like, if you think about it. Like, if you think about what most people have been through, like, especially if they're from the West, and it's not even just from the West, I need to find a new way to talk about it, because, like, the same thing happens in China, Russia, and other countries as well. It's not like a uniquely Western thing. But I can just speak of the English-speaking world and a little bit of the Spanish-speaking world. So I'll stick to the English-speaking world. But basically, let's identify the traumas of the English speakers. Pretty much, they're brought up in a situation where the reality is their privilege came from raping and pillaging most of our privilege realistically came because we have geographical advantages and shipworking tendencies, so we were able to sail out into the oceans before other people and therefore invade others before the African nations and before the Americans were able to develop enough to resist us. We completely abominated and destroyed them. We genocided the Native American people and stole all of their land and delegated them to tiny, tiny portions to this day that are, like, completely wrecked. They're places of lawlessness where people can be murdered and killed. The natives have been forced in order to make better lives for themselves. They've used the lawlessness of the areas to have situations where they work with criminal elements because it's the only way for them to get enough income into their communities because they've been abandoned because we don't give a shit about the Native Americans. Like, I mean, come on, this is our history. This is what we did. And this is what I mean. Like, we are so fundamentally immature that we'd rather make Disney movies and spread them across the world and act like that's what our influence is. Like, do you realize how disgusting that is from the perspective of, like, an African person or a Native American person or even a Latin American person? Like, all we did is take over the world and spread our seed through violence and war. Like, that's what we did. That's why we have power. So I get that we like to talk about democracy and freedom and all these things, but at least for me growing up as a white person in the privileged land, it's very clear that the truth of where our power comes from has little to do with democracy. We're about as democratic as Napoleon is, and or was rather. And if you want some insight into that, I mean, well, just look. I mean, it's kind of proof in the pudding, isn't it? Like, we worship Napoleon. Like, we talk about Napoleon like he is a hero, like a fascinating person to study and respect and admire. And it's like, the dude was a dictator who lied about democracy and took over through violence. Like, do we not? And, you know, and for me, like, do people not see these contradictions? Like, I'm not saying that it's not interesting to study Napoleonic warfare and how he would take over, make fake polls, and declare himself as, democratically elected, but he wasn't. Like, it's fascinating to study, but I just don't understand how to pair that with the reality that what he actually did was completely not democratic or free at all. He was just a military dictator. Like at the end of the day, that's what I don't understand. Like, we have all of these conflicting points in our narratives, right? And that I'm speaking about, like, from the perspective of an English speaker who's, like, traveled and been around a little bit, right? So I've been to more countries than just a couple states, and I've been around the world. I live in a country where my country waged war and still actively wages war through various indiscreet methods. So like I'm very much exposed directly to the things we do. Like I've gone into a museum here that has a piece of the pamphlet that we airdropped that shows how we distributed terrorism training resources in this country. And what's really interesting about this is you can actually use this to cross-reference it, because the US government also releases these things, but we tend to put nice little black boxes over the stuff that is too no, it's not Disney friendly, let's say. We cover it up. But unfortunately, that allows people to cross-reference things. So if you get a document or you get a visual on a document that we have released and covered up, well, I mean, we airdropped these documents in the thousands over many cities. So I get that, like, yeah, the CIA is covering it up on their own official release, but of course some of the actual documents survive, right? So you can just look at them and you can see what they cover up. And they cover up martyr making. It's the process of hiring people to commit crimes and then framing other people for it. And in Nicaragua, the specific process that they taught was titled Making a Martyr. You can learn about it if you really get your hands on like an accurate copy of Tayacom's Psychological Operations of Guerrilla Warfare. But essentially, we pay criminals to kill our allies, and then we use the momentum from that in order to rile up whatever we want that's our pro-American interest. And in Nicaragua, for example, like the people we do this against are people who overthrew our dictator. Think about that for a second. So like we literally talk a bunch of shit about the very political party that overthrew the dictator that we put in place. And we call them the dictator when they are a product of our dictating. You know, that is like, that's the reality of how these things work, you know? And that's why it's so clear that we just don't know any better. Like, I know that sounds fucked up. Because, like, you'd want to think, like, oh, you know, I don't know, there's a way to stop it or something. But stopping it requires fundamentally treating people well. And that's what I'm getting at. Like, we don't live in a time where we as people in the English-speaking world actually give a shit about the rest of the world. We like to make it seem like we do. Don't get me wrong. We like making documentaries and doing all sorts of stuff and donating to causes and getting into philanthropy and all this. But at the end of the day, do we go see people, look them in the eye, and treat them like humans? I don't think so. And that's what people really need. And that's why I find it so much easier to be happy in Nicaragua. Because here, like, life is simpler and people have simpler needs. And, like, some people are judgmental. Like, I know people who judge the fact that in Nicaragua, it's not that common to be super, like, college educated. You know, like, if you have kids in Nicaragua, maybe, like, 1 out of 5 will stay in school and end up getting college education. Maybe better depending on the family, but like that, I've had like mothers of friends tell me that that's kind of how it is. It's like lucky for people to stay in school. And so on one hand, you can hate on that. You can think about it from the Western perspective, and this is the problem. Like, we think we're the best, and everyone else is less than us because they're not like us. And instead of actually helping them and asking them what they need and giving it to them, we make them, we try to make them become like us, and in doing so we hurt them and we waste a lot of resources. It's just like very clear that we don't really know what we're doing, and we're incredibly immature, and ultimately our society is a product of war. And until you're willing to admit that you're a product of war and violence, like, how are you gonna do good things for people? Like, you know? Like, I mean, one of my other personal gripes about my Americanhood, because I'm a U.S. citizen. Like, I am a full example of American shame. You know, some people believe in the American dream. I believe in American shame, because, you know, it's said that Americans are ignorant, and I'll tell you the secret. There's a reason for that. We're ignorant because we have a choice. We either get to be ignorant or ashamed. And it's easier to be ignorant. It's less painful. So there's a lot of ignorant Americans who will go along with the ideals that we preach, even though deep down we know we're just a militaristic superpower who abuses people. Like, that's what we do. We paint it a certain way, but at the end of the day, how did we get our power? How do we utilize our power? That's how it is. And the big problem for me is this lack of willingness to even acknowledge that that is so. Like, I was raised in the US, pretty much. Not for the first early part of my life, but later on in my life I was. And I can tell you something. I was taught about World War II. And I was taught with pride about how the Americans saved the day. Especially with Japan, because we dropped that big bomb on them, and then that a magical piece of technology ended the war. And a lot of people believe that. And which is funny, because the reality is that war was ending. We could have just blockaded Japan. There were a load of other military options, aside from dropping in 2 atomic bombs on civilians. We did that because it was our one chance to see what would happen if someone atomic bombed a city. We knew that if we waited longer, enough other countries were going to get this technology, and then they were going to use it. So we took advantage and we bombed those cities. And not only that, but we wanted to make sure that it was clear to the Soviet Union that this is what we're going to do if you fuck with us. So we killed 2 cities worth of civilians to do that. And I'm not saying that that was uncalled for, necessarily. I'm not even commenting on that. I'm just saying that that's the reality of what we did, but we like to lie about it and say that we saved the world. And it's like, or no, the more common lie is that, oh, it was to save American lives. Because if we were going to invade Japan, then we would have had to, like, kill more Americans. And it's like, god damn, propaganda is so fucking predictable. Like, just look at military history. There's this thing, it's called a blockade. And also look at Japan's imperial history. They fundamentally need oil to wage war. They did not have oil. That's why Manchuria happened. That's why all that other stuff happened. So, like, you're telling me our only option were to either invade them or bomb them when we have them surrounded and they need oil to wage war, and they can only get oil to wage the war outside of their country. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. I see how from a normal perspective that makes sense. But if you actually think about it, does that really make sense? Does it really make sense that we couldn't have blockaded them and just waited it out? Especially because of the firebombing of Tokyo. You ever heard about that? I didn't learn about this in school. But it turns out that the atomic bombs were actually very wasteful. And if you just forget about humans for a second and think about it from a purely military perspective, well, the atomic bombs were a huge waste of money. It was a lot of money for 100,000 killed. Each time, let's say 100,000 per bomb, let's say. But if you look at how much money was spent, like from a military perspective, it's more effective to like shoot people with bullets or something, like massacre the city, if that makes sense. We spent so much money on it in that way. But what's even crazier is they actually did something else to Tokyo. And this is the thing that pissed me off so much, because my teacher told me when I grew up that we didn't bomb Tokyo with atomic bombs because we wanted to spare them their capital. And if you know your history, you will understand how disgusting that is to tell a child. Because we didn't spare their capital. In fact, we firebombed Tokyo and single-handedly caused the largest human death event in 24 hours in Earth's history. And I'm not exaggerating about that. The firebombing of Tokyo killed more people in 24 hours than anything military ever. There's debate. There was an earthquake actually in China, in ancient China, a long time ago, that may have killed more people in 24 hours. But for the most part, if you boil it down to human action, the United States firebombing of Tokyo was the single largest human death event in history. Yet, I wasn't even told about it. And I was told by my teacher that we spared Tokyo when actually we killed them at a scale never before seen. And this is the kind of things that, like, I get that it's intense, and like, what does this have to do with Valheim? But for me, it's all related, because this is the truth of it. And deep down, I don't think people are as silly as they seem. I think that deep down, they actually know these things, and they get the hypocrisy, and they realize it, and that makes them feel horrible. It makes them feel mentally unwell. And that's why, for me, it makes perfect sense that so many people are sick and not doing well. Because look at what we've done. Look at what we've put our resources into. What part of this picture looks like an entity that has taught people to take good care of themselves? In that sense, we're still cavemen. And that's what I mean. When I say we're cavemen, I'm not saying our technology is like cavemen. I'm saying that our implementation of our own humanity is like cavemen. Our emotional intelligence is like... Actually, honestly, a caveman probably had better emotional intelligence because they had to spend the whole day with themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if caveman was actually like peak humanity. It's like when people were the most happy because they were in the environment they actually genetically grew up within, right? Whereas now we're in this like environment where our bodies were meant to move around and have all this activity and like more wholesome foods and eat more like rich protein and this kind of thing. And instead we're just eating a bunch of like post-war trash. And like, I know I talk about war and death and violence and these things, but it's because it's a fundamental part of what created our society. And like, if you don't understand that, you're gonna misunderstand how people behave. Because like, even all this toxic food that we eat, you think these companies just made this stuff? Like, it didn't happen that way. What actually happened was the world wars happened, and they created this crazy influx of monopolization of certain industrial goods. So it created a circumstance where instead of having lots of different stuff created, we were creating more standard things, all of the same kind. So we now had loads and loads and loads and loads of industrial lubricant. And then the wars end. Oh, well, shit. Now we have all this frickin' grease for the tanks and the artillery, you know, the howitzers and all this stuff. Probably not howitzer. I don't know when the howitzer actually was invented, but you get what I'm saying. There was a bunch of crap produced for the war, and then when the wars ended, there was a load of it, right? A bunch of it around. And that got used, and that became canola oil. And so we now live in an era where maybe like 10 to 30%, depending on the person and how much fast food and fried food they eat. Not even just that, like packaged food, like oils and everything. But depending on the person, your diet may consist of between 10 and 30% vegetable. Right? It's fucking vegetable oil is propaganda. It's not vegetable oil. It is industrialized war lubricant that's been repurposed. Canola oil or vegetable oil is so toxic that it has to be bleached. You have to get rid of the odor because it's so rancid that it's not consumable. So you have to make this whole process to make it the thing that we consume, but that's all a gag. It's like a lie. It is absolutely not healthy, and to call it something vegetable related, like, let's be real, this stuff was made to lubricate machines of war, and then we had a lot of that kind of material around, and companies used the cheapness of it to figure out how to make cheaper foods and sell things en masse and make a bunch of money. And you made a lot of money. The American oligarch is essentially a person who, after the war, was involved with one of the industries that had cheap supply access to these materials, and was then able to leverage that to then create some kind of food. Like, which sounds fucking insane. When you put it that way, it sounds ridiculous. But that's what we did. We took all these industrial byproducts, and those technologies ultimately led to the mess that is our health system today. But somehow in that rant, I actually added this castle element, and that actually worked out pretty well. I don't know how sometimes I get into a rant and I just sit still, whereas other times I actually feel like I get in the zone, and it's almost like I get less distracted. But yeah, I like this. That's what I'm going for. This kind of castle look, right? So I'm not going to get the whole thing here. That would add too many instances. Instead, I'm just going to add these kind of little bits at a time, here and here. And then we'll make it work that way. Like this part, for example, this is basically done. I mean, have a tiny, tiny, tiny bit here. There we go. I just wanted to further the illusion a bit there. Oh no, this doesn't further the illusion. There's a little bit off. I see, yeah, because that one is underneath. Whatever, that's fine. Alright, awesome. Yeah, I'm done ranting about intense deep things, by the way. So now I'll just do more Valheim stuff. It looks like I made it past the internet cutoff point too, which is crazy. That's quite lucky. I think what I want to do now for the rest of this is add the rest of the elements to this, because so far I just have this first layer, but that's not really how I want to do it. I want to add everything else. I also don't know what I'm going to do about this section, but for now I've noticed that for me, like, adding these big shapes then helps me figure out how to shape things, and it helps make things less confusing for me. So I guess it makes sense that the forging area you can also access by going up there, right? So maybe, here's what I should do. I know what to do. We're gonna make it so that over here, these pieces instead actually are the 2x2, the tiles, the stone tiles. And then we're gonna add those Grouston elements as well. And what's been so awesome about this base is I'm trying to have as much fun as possible when I work on it. And I've noticed that for me personally, I don't find it as fun to do something in one go. Because I get overwhelmed, basically, and I get burned out, and I don't enjoy it. And also, it means I'd have to plan out everything ahead of time, and I'm not able to perfectly plan things. So I can plan something, but then I end up doing something a bit different. But what I found is that, for me, what's really fun is making things that I can keep adding to, and then I have this kind of flow where I'll build until I run out of resources, and then I go do goblin camps to get more stone and wood and that kind of thing. And then I build until I run out of stuff, and then I do goblin camps until I have more resources. And it seems to work really well for me personally. I just like how I feel doing that, because that way I don't get too bored of building, but also I can just keep going on a project for longer without realizing that I'm doing it. And I'm one of those people who has to trick themselves into doing things in the long run, because if I think about it, like if I think about what it takes to do something, I'll be overwhelmed by it. But if I just do the thing, I don't really notice. So like if I think about PoM and how much work it was to produce, it's like, holy shit, I worked on it every day of my life for a long time, for multiple, I mean at this point it's been like for 9 months. I've never worked on something that consistently for that long before. Like, that's crazy to me. But I have been. But again, I didn't plan on that. And now I have like a plan for PoM. I know what I'm trying to do with it, right? But it sort of just showed up. And I just came to one day and I was like, holy shit. Discord is an unending time loop of ideas and implementation and developing PoM, and it's all turned into this, and holy crap, it's crazy. Never planned for it to all come out that way. Like, truly didn't plan for anything. And if I've learned anything from this experience, it's that how to be creative, let's say. I've gotten much better at channeling creativity when I want it to show up. And so to speak, understanding how it shows up. That's a better way to put it. Because it's not like I make it happen. It's more like I know the circumstance that makes it happen. And I learned a lot actually very recently about the creative process for me personally, because I've been struggling. I want to like redo how I make tutorials and make them in a way that is less afraid. Because I've been afraid of offending people, and I've come to understand that that is holding me back. And I just need to do it. I need to stop being afraid and just make these tutorials about EWP and label them in a way where, yeah, some people are going to be confused. They're going to argue about vanilla and not vanilla and mods, and they're going to call me an idiot, and that's okay. Because what I care about is more people learning that EWP exists. We can use it to do so many incredible things. And most people have absolutely no idea that it is even a thing. And I'll reach more people if I piss them off. Like, at the end of the day. I'm not saying I'll try and piss you guys off. I'm talking about people who don't know my channel who see a video for the first time, basically what happens is they make a lot of, they jump to a lot of conclusions. And in the past, I've put a lot of effort into trying to understand this process and preventing it from happening by not putting the thing that gets misunderstood in, or taking the title out, or changing it. But now that I understand that people are fundamentally mentally unwell, well, what am I worried about? Because I'm doing the thing that I criticize game development people for doing. I'm paying more attention to the people who are, like, toxic than the actual people who appreciate things. And that's absurd! I should just pay attention to the people who appreciate stuff. And, like, if they say something that's critical, I'll listen to it. But, like, if some random person is just criticizing something, who gives a shit? Like, in all honesty. Like, especially if they're doing it to try and help validate something they feel. Like, I mean, you know? We don't need to worry so much. So, my idea for the tutorials is basically this. I've noticed that there's no way for me to navigate this whole modding, vanilla-friendly, all this stuff without offending people. Because basically, I need to make content that says and declares that this is vanilla possible, basically. Because, like, everything you see on PoM, a vanilla player joins it and experiences it, right? But, like, people get tripped up because the moment a normal player hears mods, they don't know about server-side modding. It doesn't exist to them. So they then conclude that they need mods to have the experience. And so I'm in this situation where there's no way for me to effectively talk about this kind of modding in a way that is comprehensible to people, because by the time I explain how it works, I've already lost them. So I have a feeling that I will reach more of them if I piss them off. And not by, like, offending them, but by making them think that I'm an idiot and they're really smart. So that's what I've been trying to wrap my head around, because I don't want to just make the same kind of tutorials. I want to make more edgy tutorials. So, like, they teach you. They are focused on teaching you, but in a way that is very provocative if you think you know. I haven't figured out exactly how to do it, but, like, I want to make it so that, like, the beginning of the video, like, interacts with some kind of emotion in some way. So then the person feels inspired to type out while I'm wrong or whatever. But then if they watch another 10, 20 seconds, they see that it's actually true. Does that make sense? Like, I gotta figure out some way to do it where, like, I know they're gonna misunderstand me, but then technically what I said is true. Make sense? And I was afraid of being misunderstood. But I see now I will be misunderstood. I always will be misunderstood. And there's no point in being scared of it because it's unavoidable. So I'm literally chasing my own tail by running away from it. I have to just deal with it, right? So here I'm just kind of going around a little bit, adding some more random elements. I often, like, add something and then remove it. But sometimes I feel kind of inspired to do something. And I often have a hard time, to be honest, figuring out what to do in kind of these corner areas. I like stuff like this, but it blocks up a lot of energy, so maybe more like down? Yeah, maybe something like that. That looks better. Now this, of course, is all going to change. I might just get rid of this so it's not like that. I don't know, though. We'll see. For now, it goes in here. Cool. Alright. Yeah, so now, let's see. I'm going to finish up the top ramparts here. And I think I need to actually just clip all those together to get the look I'm going for. Because this is like the basic part. Nah. It's not doing it for me. It needs that layering to make it look heavy. I'll show you what I mean in a second. There's something I found with the stone. When you build with wood, you don't really have to make it look heavy. But for stone to feel like it matters, like for stone to feel visually, yeah, like it actually is important, and it looks right, it needs to look heavy. So when I say feel heavy, that's what I mean. Like when it's like jutting out like that, it makes it look light, and that makes it not really ideal situation. I'll show you what I mean in a moment, because there's one, I'll add like one piece, and then after I add that one piece, it'll just pop, and it'll make sense. Okay, so here we have 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, we need this guy. Is that right? Do we actually? I guess I don't want it to jut out that much, actually. Yeah, I'll just do it like that. Okay, so we have these, and now we'll place our next piece, our like rampart, basically. What was the pattern? I think it's 2, and then 2, and then 2, and then 2. I use different patterns actually in different spots, so for now we'll make it 2, and then if there's a corner, it gets another 2. Ah, but then here, okay, no. I remember the rule now. You start in the corners. 1, 2, and then you get a look for where those corners are, and then you can space things in between them, and that way from the outside it looks more equal, right? So let's take a look here. We have 4 units of space, so I guess I can just do something simple like this. Oh, here there's even more than 4 units though. Ah, I see. So there's a short end, long end, short end, long end. We have short, long, short, short. Okay. I guess this, I'll make it into a long one. But the pattern won't be very obvious from the outside though, so it might look a bit weird. Short, long, short, long. Alright. I guess I could just put 1. I don't really like shift placing things. I try not to be honest, but I'll do that. So for the short ends, I'll put 1 here. Just like this. Because it makes it so, like, how am I going to trim it with the Growston is the thing. Oh, no, I'll still be able to. I'll just have to do some shift clicking, I guess. Yeah, it'll be alright. Okay, whereas this one can be further away, basically. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Nice, yeah, that one has the full size. And then here we have... We'll just do something like that. I guess I should finish the pattern, because it might look weird from the outside. And most of this stuff is going to be about the outside. Nice, okay. Now for this part, let's see. Short, long, long. Okay, so that means this gets 2 and then 2, right? Because it's the same as this end over here. Yeah, okay. 2, so that means 1, 2, 2, and then there. Boom. Okay, nice. And then these, how do I want to handle that? I guess I should do like a corner thing. Probably something simple, just like that. I just want to fill in this gap a little bit, otherwise it's going to make problems. What's the best way to do it, though? Yeah, these things, like, do these things really matter that much? Probably not. But hey, that's life. Sometimes you find yourself spending a lot of time on things that don't end up being that important. Maybe you spend your whole life on things that don't end up being that important, you know? It's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Alright, now we're on Growston time, and I'm going to do the hard ones first. The hard ones are the shift click ones. They're not really that hard, but... So, let's place our first piece. And then... Oh wait, we can just shift it that way? It lets us? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, not perfect, but I think it's good enough. Maybe it would be better if I do it this way. Oh no, it's no better. Okay, cool. Alright, nice. So now we go and we trim this whole thing here. Oh yeah, there's still one more of these. Ah, yeah, this one's different because I placed the stone. Yeah, too close. Let's fix that. Okay. I'm gonna roll with it. Speaking of wasting a bunch of time. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now, how do I handle this part here? I guess just 3 of them? Just... It'll look a bit weird, that's okay. Yeah, I'll just make it so it snaps to the same block no matter what. Even if it is at a weird angle. That makes it easier on my brain. And easier on the brain is easier on me. And then there's, so I'll show you the thing I've learned about the walls. There's this one element that makes them look proper. And it makes them feel heavy. And I'm about to do that, so I'll show you. Oops. Bum bum bum. Nice. Now for the next part, this part. This is just the trim. So this doesn't make it look heavy, but it gives this extra outline to the ramparts that I think makes them look more like an actual castle. I'm doing these the wrong rotation, but whatever. That one's right. Okay. There we go. So, yeah, there we go. Now we have a more refined look for the outside, right? But there's still this weight thing that I'm trying to describe. And for stone to feel really like stone, you gotta get the weight right. It needs to look heavy. And for it to look heavy, it has to look like, wow, everything needs to be supported. So right now, this overhang here is making it look not heavy. And while, yes, it does look like a castle, it's missing that extra oomph that makes it feel like it's heavy. So we're going to add some pillars and some arches, and then that's going to give it that look. And let's see, we want to figure out what pattern can we use for these arches. The normal arch needs to go one away like that. But here, if I do that, it would go into this door and cover it, right? So I might actually just do a partial kind of situation. Maybe that'll clip. But that'll just help give it some of the definition. And then we can just do something like this, right? Make it look a little bit heavier. And I'll just do it to this one facade, and then I'll show you what I meant about the heaviness, the look of the heaviness, basically. Now, how do I want to... I guess I need to clip that in, too. Alright, so that is just a little bit, but because of these two sides, it still has the not right look. So it'll be more obvious if I add it here. So basically what you do is you find the spot where you could place one of these, right? And there'd be an archway, so probably right there. And we just take it to the ground. Because we actually want this to have a bit of a different look, So I use the pillars because they don't look the same as the alternating block pattern, right? And then here we're going to do the same thing. We find the corner right there, and we're just going to go 1 unit in from the corner, like that. And we should just be able to build all the way down, because apparently it has enough structural integrity there. We can just keep going. And so now we can kind of do the same thing where we clip the top part in like that. And then we do that to both sides. And there you go. That usually adds like a decent level of depth. Although I will say, I don't really like the clipped look. I had to do it on the short side here. But I think for the arches, instead of doing it this way, I'll actually make it so it's 2 units in instead of 1. I'll show you how that looks in a moment. First, let's get rid of all this. Oh no, I fell! And this is because it's actually quite important. This curve there is quite important. So I want to keep it intact this time. And once I get the pattern down, then it's pretty easy to just do it everywhere else, right? So in this case, we can see that this is the actual end of the wall, right? I got a little confused because of the piece up there. So that means that this would only be 1 over, so it's 2 over from the edge. Whereas here, this is the edge, so the pillar would be here, basically. Which is like, pretty much the same spot, isn't it? I don't know, maybe I didn't need to delete that pillar, actually. Probably I only needed to delete the 1, because I didn't realize I'd already offset it. So here we're going to clip it in a different way. Instead of clipping it on the edges, it'll clip into the middle part, kind of like that, right? And that should give it more of an arch look. Yeah, there you go. So you see the difference in like how something like that looks compared to when you have the stone that's just like above you or floating. It doesn't look right when you do it that way. It looks nice, don't get me wrong. It's not like some horrible wall. But when you add that other layer to the stone, that really gives it that depth. As you can see. And there's something about the grousing at the top I like a lot. So now I'm basically going to go around and add this to the rest of this. Because this is like a visual centerpiece, sort of. So this wall will be witnessed a lot. So now I want to think about how do I want to go place these. The first one is going to be right here. And then we have 2. And then it gets placed, right? But I need some more space here, so let's do that. Let's add this. Oh, it's going to break. Not now. Nice. Alright. Learning my lessons slowly but surely. Oh, I got a chicken to take care of. One moment. What are you doing in here? No, you're not supposed to be in here. You're supposed to be out there. Alright, one moment. I need to move this hen. You want the food? You want the food? Will you say hello? This is Specs. I don't know if you can hear her, but she's my favorite one-eyed hen. I don't know what happened to her, but she lost one of her eyes. Her face swelled up a bunch. I thought she was gonna die or her head was gonna explode. And then she just got better. Everything's fine. And now she behaves exactly the same as she did with 2 eyes. She even gets food before the other hens do somehow. It's really bizarre. She's like a blind cirrus or something. But I'll be back.
He's already trying to fight himself. And then he knocks the mirror over and it fell on him. And he gets up. And then when I went to God, yeah, he shot himself in the face. It didn't end there.
All right, I'm back. Awesome. The little rooster just got into an altercation with himself. Basically, I put him in this little, this bathroom, right? Because he gets kind of loud, so I put him in the bathroom so it's more quiet. But today, I took a little bit longer removing him from the bathroom, so he removed himself. And when he left the bathroom, he found like a lightweight mirror. And in that mirror, he saw his greatest enemy, Shadow Little Rooster. And he started attacking Shadow Little Rooster. And Shadow Little Rooster bested him by knocking down the mirror. So when I came into the situation, I was quite confused to see that there was no Little Rooster in the bathroom, and no Little Rooster I could see anywhere but a mirror on the floor. And then something appeared to be under the mirror, and I was like, oh no, Little Rooster gets squished. But he was just shocked and kind of surprised that it fell on top of him, and he was fine. And it's like a lightweight mirror, it's not like a heavy one. It's like sort of like a heavy piece of cardboard. But that was really funny. Honestly, animals bring a lot of joy. I think that's probably why people have pets, right? I always used to be a like cat and dog person, but now I'm a chicken person. I love chickens. They're very, very cool. And I think we can learn a lot from chickens. Humans in general can learn a lot from other creatures. We tend to think that they're very stupid and that they have nothing to teach us, but in many ways they're more wise than we are. They can do things we can't do, and they're able to just be at peace with their existence in ways that we struggle to do. And I don't know about you, but do you think you could pick up 3,000 pieces of oatmeal faster than a chicken? Because I can't. There's plenty of things that a chicken can do better than I can do. Yet, for some reason, people focus on the things that chickens do badly. I think it's silly. We should focus on the things that chickens do well, if we're going to compare them to humans. And chickens do many things that humans cannot do. You ever try laying an egg? I mean, even buying an egg's pretty hard these days. But yet chickens go around making it look like they're free. They're remarkable. They really are. Hey, there we go. Now that's more of the heavy look that I'm talking about. Does that make sense? Do you see what I'm getting at? There's this like, this vibe, this feeling that the stone gets when it looks like it has to be supported. Make sense? So now let's see, what's our silhouette looking like? Enter over here. Oh, look at that, there we go. See, that makes like it look like it's a grand wall, when really it's just that one part of the wall clipped into the terrain a little bit. And I'm gonna do that a couple more times to try and make this base feel like it's a bigger castle than the instance count suggests. 'Cause right now we're at like 6,000 instances. So this is basically a little bit more than a black forest at the moment. But we'll just keep this going. And I guess for now, I'll do this part. So let's add the beams here. This will be easier. It goes second in from the top. And I guess... yeah, I guess really that part should just be closed up. I keep running around it so I don't have to go into the gate. But I don't actually, like, need to run through this. I can just close it. There's no benefit to that, really. This is the entrance now. So let's actually do that, because I've got a bit of overlap here. How do I want to handle this? See, I like that tree being there. So I think I'll make a little alcove, and I'll finish the wall. Yeah, the wall can go there. I see, okay. So basically I'm gonna have to remove certain parts here. And then let's see. Yeah, so now we just continue this part of the wall over. Looks like I tried to do something over here. Okay, so what's the pattern here? It tilts? Does it tilt perfectly? 'Cause this is a different wall section, right? It looks like it's lined up perfectly, though. I'll just assume it is, which is probably not the right assumption to make, but hey, it's okay. Let's keep that pattern going. Okay, so we go like this, place these two, and then we place these ones, and then now we can clip in here, but we do that every other. So there, and then we want that tree to be part of the facade still. So I guess I'll end it here, maybe? No, probably there. Facade, that's an interesting word, isn't it? I was just thinking about that, because when it's used in a building sense, it means like the exterior of something, right? The thing you see. But then, if you use it in like a grammatical sense, a facade is something that's fake, I think, right? A facade, like if someone plays a facade, how do you even use that word? I don't even know. But I think it means when something's fake. But maybe that just means, I guess the history of that's probably just because the external of something is often different than the inside, right? So maybe that's more what it's about. What have I done here? What's this? What's this? What's this nonsense? You see this? What have I done? I'm not gonna worry about it. No, okay, here's the definition. Let's see. Alright, facade. The face of a building, especially the principal front that looks onto a street or open space. Ah. And then the other one is an outward appearance that is maintained to conceal a less pleasant or credible reality. Ah, I see. Now we know. Well, that makes sense, actually, because that's exactly what I'm doing, right? I'm trying to give the illusion of a bigger castle than it actually is by building terrain into things, so it's good use of the word, I guess. Alright, let's see. Yeah, there's no floor here. How do I feel about that? I mean, I guess I can put a floor here, but right now, this Grouston system is built on a different snap point system than this external wall. So for the moment, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna keep laying bricks. There's something so satisfying about snapping the pattern in. I'm just gonna ignore whatever that was over there that that made it off kilter. Gonna hope it works. Let's see. So what was this about? No, we're good now? Alright, good enough. Ah, that's one too far. Ah! Okay. Well, there we go. Now look at that. Look how much of a difference that makes, right? It's funny how just like adding a couple pieces can really give the feel of something. And I can already tell I want to change the balcony so that it doesn't have those those V things, and it goes all the way around. Definitely want to do that. Now, also, what's up with this rock? Why are you so floaty? Let's fix that. No? Alright, I guess I gotta go deeper. Ah, I can't go deeper here? Ah, interesting. Wait, can I? Nope. Alright, well, I guess floaty rock is floaty rock. Alternatively, here. Take the other approach. Not a floaty rock anymore. And I guess, you know what, I kind of like the idea of there being a secret little entrance here. Because in this base, I want to make a lot of little, like, spots that you can run through or, like, go through in different passageways. I really find, I don't know, I love it when bases have a lot of that kind of thing. So maybe that's just, like, a way you can sneak past the bush and get in or something. I'll move all this stuff around, obviously. It's not going to be here later. We'll have a designated crafting spot. Yeah, I guess for now, this doesn't really feel right, but that's okay. It'll be something like that. Ah, yeah, so I have to go to the left of the bush. Okay. So that means I should make some kind of facade on this side of the bush. Maybe like that'll work. Oh, hammer broken. And I just busted the workbench. Of course I did. Well, good thing I have a hammer problem. Probably have a stack of hammers somewhere. Gotta increase my hammer collection. Alright, alright. Got that. Nice. Good, good, good. So, what we're doing right now is just making this very little simple wall here. I'm surprised I haven't run out of stone yet, to be honest. Yeah, there we go. We want to make it look like there's not a passage here, but you just run through that part. So, I guess that means we put a block like there, maybe? Oh no, because I run through that. Okay, so, I see. Maybe something like this. And how to handle that tiny little alcove in a way that makes sense. So I guess... Oh. Well, that seems pretty... I mean, that fills most of it. I guess, though, what would actually work would be to make another one of these kind of pillar-looking things. Oh, no, but that would block the spot. Alright, well, there's our answer. We have a... Just gonna place it like that. There we go. And then for that, let's see. I guess I'll just do something simple. There we go. I just don't want any light catching the attention there. Now that piece though, nah. That piece is used in the pattern, so instead of that, we're just gonna fill this up. Yeah, there we go. That looks fine. Now you can still just get in that way, even though it's not visually apparent that that's possible. So I'll just add a little staircase here. And again, this isn't like, I'll still rework that area, but I just like it when there's little things that, you know. I guess the one thing we could do now is add like something we can run through that blocks the light, right? So a black banner comes to mind. Hey, and we have the stuff for it. Perfect. I'm gonna actually get rid of this arch, then place the arch. And I think that'll cover up the gap, alright. Oh, it doesn't cover up that bottom part. Oh, that's actually because I'm missing a brick. Okay. That works. Haha, Yannick. No, my mic must have reset. I thought I fixed that already. I'll have to look at it. Basically, I have a microphone that forgets its firmware every now and then so it basically amplifies the dB by like 100 times what it's supposed to be when it resets. And it can do that when I unplug it and plug it back in. So I often have to readjust it, right? Tell me, actually. What does it sound like now? Is this like more reasonable, or does it still sound super garbly? Or maybe like too low? This could be too low, to be honest. I don't know. I haven't actually figured out what the best way to set this up is yet. But I'll listen to the stream so I can see what people were talking about. Because earlier they mentioned that. I thought I fixed it, but maybe not. Alright, so let's see. Now let's go back outside here. And we're gonna be looking at kind of this facade over here. That looks solid. I think it just needs some of this ashwood trim stuff just to fill in that empty space a little bit here. So let's add that. Okay, so the volume is still like that. Okay, here. Okay, so the volume's gonna be high now. But then if I go into my volume mixer, one second. Device manager, that's what it's called. Now I remember. Right, I gotta find my thing here, one second. Sound. Now, how did I find this? There's like an area where I adjust the gain itself of the microphone, and then that fixes it. Because it basically sets it super high so it sounds really garbled. Is it sound settings? Advanced sound settings? Ah, okay, no, it's in the device manager, and then the microphone is an audio input. Yeah, here it is. Okay, found it. Now I need to go to properties, and then... How does this... Why is this option not here? Yeah, that's interesting, but for some reason there used to be this, like, slider bar, and it's just not there. Alright, like I can do this. And now the gain will be lower, but it probably still has that issue, right? I gotta find, where is that setting? For some reason I can't find it anymore. Okay, so I go to this, properties, driver. No. Maybe it's because it's not the same Windows anymore. Microsoft is such a pain, I swear. Open. Does it still have the, like, the the overdone feel or sound to it. Oh, it's good now. Okay. Looks like I just have to make sure that the microphone itself is set. There's like a slider on it. And if it's anything above the highest or the lowest, then it gets like way, way too high or something. Anyway, that's good. Thank you for helping me with that. I'm glad it's reasonable. Now 2 hours and 40 minutes into the stream, I made the microphone reasonable. Classic. Alright. Well, let me finish this up now. Looks like, I think the only thing now, this area definitely has the right feel. It's that turret area, and there's a couple issues here. First off, this area doesn't have the heavy layer, right? It doesn't have that second layer. And then also, the balcony has like this weird look to it. I don't know how I want to actually do it. So let's go back up to the balcony here. And I think I'm the only person on the server, so I'll just go to bed real quick and make it daylight. Let's see. Labra, there we go. Hey, it's so lucky now too. Normally the internet crashes at this point, but today it did not for some reason. I have a new streaming schedule now. Because pretty much I was streaming too much before and not making tutorials, but I have gotten back into doing some video editing to make some tutorials, and also I have some interviews with other people. None Applicable made this entire, like, it's another RPG server, basically. It's very different than, basically the one 9byte and Dakar did is very focused on the buildings, and lots of really interesting buildings, right? Whereas this one is more about the world, if that makes sense. And it was really interesting. Have a whole tour of that's going to get published later today, actually. So that'll be coming out. And I want to make more of other content, because basically the live streaming is really healthy for me and the server, as long as I don't do it too much. But it doesn't grow the channel, if that makes sense. I need to, like, find a balance of live streaming and also making the other kinds of content and tutorials. And also, like, for me, I love making Valheim videos and tutorials. It's something I enjoy. But I just would get so stressed trying to figure out how to get the internet and everything to work that I would sort of overlook it, if that makes sense. But I feel ready to change that. And I realized that, like, there's no point in me streaming, like, 4 or 5 days a week. And the reason I wasn't able to do tutorials is because I was streaming too much. But I needed to stream to then learn what I want to do when I stream, and also what I want to do with the tutorials. And so I'll kind of summarize what my lessons learned are for the moment. And the main thing I learned about, like, for streaming for me personally, is that it is, I'd say, a good thing. It activates the server in a way that I didn't know was possible before. So if you ever want to find players for your server, streaming is, like, by far the best way to get players. And I don't think you even need to necessarily have a following. If you title the stream in a way that shows that your server is open for other people to play on, that will invite people, like, organically. So I learned that that was a discovery for me, because I didn't even, like, before I would make a video on YouTube and talk about the server, but it had problems doing it that way, because it would make these, like, rushes of a bunch of people, and then there would be, like, nobody, and then there would be a rush of a bunch of people, and then there would be, like, nobody. Whereas when you live stream, it's much more of a consistent trickle. So you'll get, like, a player or two every other live stream. And, like, I have a bit of a following from the YouTube work, but it's not like I have a huge amount of following or something on on the live streaming. And like my YouTube channel, I know it shows 20 something thousand subscribers, but a lot of those are like drop shippers from when I used to drop ship. Like almost all of them, like 20,000 of them. And so like it's like they're dead subscribers basically. They're not like it's as if they're not there pretty much. So I actually only have maybe a couple thousand Valheim subscribers. And I think that confuses people because they don't understand, like, I mean, yeah, because that's why my content doesn't get that many views considering how many subscribers it gets. That's because, like I said, originally this YouTube channel was where I made dropshipping content. And that's how I learned about YouTube, but I just didn't like that industry, and it was the beginning of me learning about certain things, and I got more involved with other stuff later, and yeah, I just didn't feel right about it, so ended up trying to do other things, and that's what led me down the path of interviews and all sorts of other things. And now I'm trying to make it so I can like make the channel about Valheim, but in a way that focuses on game development, so that then like in my future when I do more of that kind of stuff, it's easier for me to like find play testers and this kind of thing. That was the original idea, but now on PoM, yeah, I mean, like, there are playtesters on PoM. Not something I have to, like, necessarily search for, if that makes sense. Alright. Now, do I want these or no? For now, I'll just not have them. Unless I put them on everything. But, so the reason I was changing this is because I realized the look from outside with those bars just was a bit off. Let's see how it is now. Go through our little secret passageway. Yeah, there we go. That looks a bit weird, but aside from that, I think maybe it could use a little bit more consistency. Oh, one second. But I like that more. I want to make it more like a ring that goes around the tower. And I don't know how to do that center part, because it's kind of weird to clip things sometimes, right? And that's something that, like, I know a lot of people who get bothered by that in Valheim, but for me, I like that constraint. I don't feel bothered by, like, that there's this many degrees of motion. For me, like, I already feel overwhelmed by all the possibilities. So the less possibilities, the more approachable it is for me. And I can't even imagine, like when you use Gizmo, for example, you can rotate, like, every degree on each axis. And from my brain, I almost don't like how many new possibilities that adds. I know that sounds, like, silly, but for me, it makes it more challenging. I like, yeah, I've only recently become able to express creativity. But I want to get back on topic. I was talking about lessons I learned from doing these live streams, right? And I learned a couple things. One is that live streaming seems to be more like a radio show. I don't know, maybe that's just the style of live streaming I've been listening to, like with other people, and what I've noticed, like when I get more viewers and people stay, basically. It's like people seem more interested in general to, like, they see you playing the game, and there needs to be something kind of relatable going on in the background slowly, but it seems that the more engaging parts come from talking a lot. And that's what I'm saying. It's almost as if when you live stream, you're running a radio show. Not so much a chat showing off a game. Like, that's just my impression, and maybe you guys can tell me what you think. I mean, especially if you're listening to me do this. But when I started live streaming, I didn't listen to any other live streams, basically. So that was a learning experience for me. And recently I've been listening to more live streams. Like, in particular, I like Josh Strife Hayes, just because, no offense to most gamers, but a lot of streamers are incredibly immature. Like, it's very just apparent that they haven't really had to deal with much in their life. And so, like, they've gotten deep opinions into things that, like, I don't know how to, are very ignorant of trauma, let's say. Whereas Joss Strife Hayes isn't really like that. I mean, we're all like that to a point, right? I mean, myself included. I'm not wealthy by any means. I live off like $800 a month, and I don't have a college degree, and I'm viewed as a failure financially by my family. But I'm very privileged. I get to do what I want in a world where most people don't get to. So from my perspective, I'm privileged. Even though from other people's perspective, I am like a failure, basically. It's like, I don't know, it's like people don't think I'm lazy necessarily, but they're like frustrated with me because I'm not societal. So for other people, that's very problematic, because when you're not societal and you interact with people who are very societal, it makes them doubt what they're doing, and they don't like that. So I try and keep my mouth shut in my personal life when it comes to giving other people advice about what they should do, because I don't want to offend people, because I know that like the way I live is fundamentally different than most people, and if you try and live the same way I live, it might not work for you, because you need to do something else that's better for you, right? That's my attitude. But that being said, even if I say nothing, people still get, like, they compare and they get frustrated and they get pissed at me. So I guess that's just life, you know, it's how it is. Yannick says, love how the build's coming together. Thank you, Yannick. It's been, I've been having an absolute blast on this build, to be honest. Because, like I said, it's not just, I've learned all the mistakes that I would make before. And I don't mean mistakes in the building process. I mean mistakes in the having fun process in building. And now I know, like, what I enjoy about building things. And I don't enjoy, like, planning one big build out. I like making things and not really knowing how it's going to come out, if that makes sense. And doing it step by step, fighting, getting some resources, coming back. And, like, the longer I take, the more interesting it is, you know? That's how it is for me. And welcome to Car! Oh, it's awesome that you stopped by. I hope that you have a good day. Don't forget to schedule that, Dakar said he'd schedule a call so we can get some updates on one of his projects that he's been working on. Because Dakar, he has so many really cool stuff, incredible things that he's doing, but like, he hasn't shown a lot of it, right? And so I want to push him to show some of it on the channel so that you can all see, because like, there was one time he screen shared with me and he was just building, and like every like 10 seconds he does something that I'm like, how did you do that? Like what the hell? And it's like, have you ever watched someone do something and you can learn literally just by seeing them do stuff? They don't even need to talk or explain it, because it's that interesting, all the different things that they're doing. Like that's how it was when Dakar screen shared and showed off his Heim Divers project. There's all these like custom monsters with different behavior, and it's all vanilla friendly, and it's like, come on, you gotta show this to people more, man. It's so cool. But at some point you'll set up that call. At some point. But it's alright for now, actually, because I'm still editing some others. And none made that adventure map. Like, how does one refer to these different things? Because sometimes if I say adventure map, like if you say adventure map in Minecraft, there's lots of adventure maps. There's not just like one, right? Whereas if you say adventure map in Valheim, people will think of Dakar and 9bytes project. Well, maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know, like, how do we refer to these games built within Valheim? Valheim. I know I say it so weird. Valheim. Just sounds weird to say it otherwise. But what I'm getting at is like, what are these called? Are they? Because I know PoM isn't like that. PoM is very much Valheim, but with like procedural mechanical changes. So it's not a custom RPG. Whereas these other worlds that people have made, they have like their own separate lore and all sorts of other stuff. So I don't know, like, how do I refer to these other worlds? I don't really know how to do that. I guess custom RPG, that's the phrase, right? That's the phrase we should use. I'm hoping that in like a couple more years there'll be like loads of different Valheim worlds. But who knows, to be honest. I think that like Valheim needs some kind of spark. I don't know how to put it, but I've noticed that a lot of the things people believe about Valheim, like in the mainstream and things they talk about, they're really outdated. And I'm under the impression that most Valheim players, like, they're playing a version of the game in their heads that basically hasn't existed for a while. So yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like they don't know how much the game has changed, and they definitely don't know how much the game has opened up with things like expand world prefabs. Like, there's loads of people who know about the modding scene, but then it's almost like we have 3 scenes now. There's modding, vanilla, and then vanilla friendly or vanilla modding. And like, people are still, for the most part, only aware of like the older scene of either modding or vanilla. So there's an entire genre of modding that now exists in Valheim, and most players don't even know about it. Like, you know what I mean? That's like the thing that's confusing to me. I try and figure out, how do we talk to people and how do I make content that educates people about this style of vanilla friendly modding when they don't even know that it's possible for it to exist. And the moment I start speaking about modding, they will assume that. And like, I used to try and explain it to people. I would say like over and over and over again, like, oh, this is vanilla friendly, blah, 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 blah. But then people still join and they're like, oh, what mods do I need? And it's like, damn, I guess the words don't translate effectively. I don't know. Maybe people just don't listen when they tell me they're listening. That's also completely possible because people do that. For now, though, let's see. I'm gonna get a little bit back more onto this building train. I feel like there's part of this wall that, yeah, here it is. This, see, it's just blank wall face. It needs some pillars to make it look heavy. Give it that proper look here. Let's see. So that's the side we go to. That's the side we go to. Okay. Now, wait, what's going on here? No, 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 no. You're too far down, aren't you? There we go. Boom and boom. Nice. Yeah, and there's something about this. Oh, nope, nope, nope. There's something about this art in particular that really helps with that look. You know what I mean? I just saw Dakar's comment. He said, that's me being non-societal. That's funny. No, but this is different. This is Valheim people who love to see what you do. They're the cool ones. All right. But in general, I think, yeah, that's one thing I want to do more with this channel. Is like one of the reasons I want to reach other, like make tutorials that are a little bit more provocative, is because I think I can reach, it's kind of like, I look at it this way. For every 10 people who don't play Valheim that much or at all that I provoke, maybe I can inform one person who actually plays Valheim. But if I'm scared of provoking people, and I try and be overly polite and not offend anybody, then maybe I won't reach those people, right? Because the thing about EWP tutorials is basically, like, if you want content about Valheim to get attention, I mean, it has to be about things people already perceive about the game. So like you can show them new things. That's all right. I'm not saying you can't show them new things, but those new things have to be perceived as useful for some problem they already feel exists. So when you start trying to make content about like EWP, it's super niche. So I've found that, for example, my favorite features that I think are the most important for any server, namely live chat and Discord connector in these things, nah, people don't really care about watching those videos. But then the features that I think don't really matter that much, that don't actually change the game that much, can get watched a lot if it's a problem that vanilla players already feel they have. Makes sense? So I kind of have to figure out how to like rephrase things from the context of the vanilla player who has this problem feels this way, and I can make this video that will challenge how they feel but also provide the solution, basically. Hey, there we go. That's what I'm looking for, that grand, like, kind of castle-esque look here. It does look like the ramparts, they're quite big there, and that kind of takes away from the silhouette of that upper part, but I think for now that's alright. I'm not too worried about it. Now, next time I can work a little bit on the staircase here. But this is what I've found I really enjoy doing in Valheim. I don't like making like some big thing and completing it. I get burned out, and I really suffer, basically. It's not as fun. Whereas if I like start off with something small, and then I add a part, and then I go off an adventure, and then I add another part, and then I go off an adventure, it's just like, I don't know, there's something really fun about it. I like that ebb and flow. So for me, that's been a big learning lesson as well, is to make things more modularly. So like I can think like, oh, okay, right now I don't need to build the entire frame of this entire castle. You know, like normally that's what I do. Like if I take a step back for a second here. This is how I have fun, what I've been doing. But what I would have used to have tried to do is I would basically make something, and let's say I'd make like one tower and try and frame the entire tower, and then like it would be too big and I'd have issues with the roof and all that, and I'd end up finicking about stuff, and then I'd have like 4 or 5 floors, but I don't need that many to actually use stuff. Those are the kinds of mistakes that I would make a lot more frequently before. Whereas now, like, I know that I just don't enjoy playing that way. So now I know, like, I like to find little things I can work on and kind of like listen to some music and touch some things up and just kind of mess around with stuff. And like that's how I enjoy playing. That's how I enjoy the game. And it's not like that for everybody, you know? Like some people they really like to plan out an entire thing and then do every little detail exactly as they planned. But for me, I find that I miss out on the better experience when I limit myself to what I expected before. Does that make sense? Like for example, that would mean that I'm accurately able to predict how everything is going to play out. And that just doesn't happen. Like I'm not that accurate. I'm not able to accurately predict how everything will... Oh. I see. My foreman is dead. And this area is busted open. It looks like something happened here. But sorry. I got distracted there. My point was that if you try and make a big plan, you're assuming that you're gonna understand every little detail about that plan and predict it properly, and you're not gonna be wrong. And maybe you're better than I am at planning and you're able to do that, right? But for me personally, it's not that simple. I'm often gonna forget little details and get something wrong. So it's, for me, like, I need to have that flexibility in the plan. Otherwise, I will basically, like, make an inferior product, so to speak. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Alright, where's that Desquito? He's gonna get me. Here, 1 second. I'll try and not get killed by this Desquito here. Oh, shit. No! No, to no avail. I deserve that. I think that's the first time I died on this stream. That's so weird. I normally die like 20 times, I swear. But what I was getting at is that by trying to plan out every detail, you may take away some of the more enjoyable parts of your experience. And that's why I think that it's very important to keep an open mind so that as you do things, you can adjust your plan as you go. And not just keep an open mind. That's a very vague way to put it. I'll try not to be so abstract. Be modular. Do things that can be done and then added to relatively easily. It's more fun that way. For me, it really is much more fun when I build things in a more modular way. So instead of thinking, I'm building the castle, I think I'm building the kitchen. I'm building the frame for this wall. I want a wall here. I'm putting it there. Like, it's quite simple, really. And doing things more modularly that way, it seems to help people. I think it's not just me, it's also others that are, in general, they benefit from not getting too overwhelmed. We tend to, like, get in over our heads and work on projects that are, like, maybe too intense, if that makes sense. But when you build modularly, that doesn't happen as much. Oh god, I didn't even see that brute. I heard him. Where's that Desquito, though? Goblin skewer! Uh-oh. Ooh, I had corpse run, so I got the bubble. That was so close, though. I very much almost didn't get it. Ow. Awesome. Apparently I can block your attack. Ah, I didn't know that. That's cool. Alright, well now this guy's in trouble. Yeah, I got my bubble block. What you gonna do? You're gonna get skewered, that's what. Yeah, I learned the tricks now on PoM. So obviously if you haven't played on PoM, you'll be very confused what's going on there, because I'm using bubble blocking. And I'm using, like, sometimes I use a tower shield, but the enemy gets staggered, which normally isn't a thing. These are all PoM mechanics. Don't worry too much about it. Now, what about that Desquito? Did I aggro? Oh, there he is! Ah, yeah, I got the bubble. Alright. I just wanted to clear this area a little bit. So this base is, I mean, honestly, it's really come along. There's just a little bit more, like, building part I want to work on before it's more, like, ready. So I'll show that off, may as well here. Basically, this area has access to a lot of goblin camps. So I've been going, like, down and fighting stuff and bringing stuff up in carts. So there's going to be, like, a round area here with that castle look. But it won't be a super tall wall, so it'll probably be to, like, here. And it'll go round, look like some kind of castle turret kind of thing. And that'll be, like, right there. So you go through here, and then this is, like, the service area. So as you saw, the conveyors drop stuff off. They drop it off over here, etc., etc. And, hey, Zeal, welcome, welcome. Yes, some very familiar Valheim world editing names. And by the way, if anybody watching, if you want to learn about all the voodoo magic, this is how you do it. See this? Valheim world editing? This group here? this is where you want to be. It's Yair's Discord group. And you can find it by going to any of Yair's mods and then just getting the invite link there. And there's a whole dedicated section all to EWP. So if you want to learn more, you need to be in this group. It's like how we all learn everything, pretty much. But I don't. At the same time, I'm pretty sure most of you watching are already in Valheim World Editing, because that's kind of the thing I've noticed. Like, well, I was talking a bit about this earlier with my tutorials, but I have to figure out a way to like make niche EWP content more relatable to normal Valheim players. You know, and I think probably the most realistic way is with some kind of trick. It's not like I want to mislead people. It's more just like, I've noticed that in the beginning, people have so much to learn that there's like no way they're going to understand things properly. So they're basically guaranteed to misunderstand what happens. So it gets to a certain point where I'm like, well, if they're already going to go through that process, maybe I should roll with it and just see, like, because I remember one of the more popular videos Jirok made was literally a spoof video. It was about like this goblin. Let me find it real quick. I won't show the video, but I'll show you so you can find it. Here we go. So we're showing our screen. Now we're going to YouTube here. And let's see, we're looking for Jirok Taming Goblin. Ah, welcome Christy Coln, or Christy Colna 88 says, I've been playing it when it first came out. Oh, that's wonderful. It's so awesome to hear about people loving Valheim. So these are the videos that I was talking about, because Jirok made these as spoofs. They're jokes, right? But you can actually make these systems real now. And what was so fascinating to me was seeing how many people these fake videos reached. Because it's, if you haven't seen these videos, basically, like, if you watch this video, for example, okay, YouTube, which of these banks have you seen online? None. Okay.
Stick around into the.
So if you watch this video, basically, Jirok makes it seem like there's a way that you can get goblins to breed, right, and become tame. And it turns out it's just a joke, right? But this video did really well, considering it's just a short spoof video. And I've been doing research in a couple other situations, and I'm starting to think that maybe I'll be able to reach more people if I trick them. And I know that doesn't necessarily sound good, and I'm not saying I want to trick any of you. I'm saying that I think I can make content in a way that, like, gets people going somehow. I don't know exactly how to do it, but that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around with the tutorials, to really figure out, like, how to bring awareness of EWP to the masses, because the masses are fundamentally unaware that EWP is possible, essentially, you know? Welcome, Hilly, welcome. Good to see some familiar names. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I actually wonder, I realize now, daylight savings time happened recently, didn't it? And I live in a country where there is no change. So I'm wondering if me streaming at the same time, did that mean that my stream for you is now an hour earlier or an hour later? I could probably figure that out if I just did the math. but I haven't figured that out yet. Because for me, I stream at the same time. But I've noticed recently that there's more viewers later. So I'm wondering if for those of you who are in an area with daylight savings time, is the stream an hour later? Or an hour earlier than it used to be? Alright, looks like I'll need to add another part of the facade here. Also, this tunnel needs some work. But others? I don't know. Christy Colna says you can tame any animal. Deer, you can't. Yeah, I think, because the deer... Well, it depends, actually. I mean, here. I'll just show you. 1 second. So, I think, technically, every creature in the game can be considered tame and loyal, I think, because that's how we made the summoning system. So if I go, maybe I'm lucky and I have a deer trophy somewhere. I can show you, because, well, yes, you can't tame a deer. It is actually possible in the game files to have a friendly deer. And we used that on Path of Magic to give players ways to have their own deer, for example. I only have 1 deer trophy. I don't remember if that's enough, but I'll show you. Here you go. So, and this is something that technically this is fully vanilla friendly. So what I'm about to show you would work for any vanilla player on a server that has the right script. So I throw down the trophy, and then I say summon, and then I get some fanciness, and then boom, I get a deer. Now, this deer is not tamed because I only had 1 trophy. If I had 2 trophies, it would be a friendly deer that would just chill in my base until something killed it. Alright, so let's see. Then Hilly says, stuff like you present a common problem people have in normal Valheim and solve it with EWP. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's the idea, except it's like, here's the formula. There needs to be a common problem that people already feel like is a problem. I need to have an EWP solution. That's 2 parts of it. And the third part is there needs to be some kind of trick. And that's the part I haven't wrapped my head around yet. But the way I want to set it up is so that I don't lie, but I say things that are technically true and make new players or players who don't know feel smart. So they think I'm stupid. So they then try and correct me. I want to like make the content in a way that is a bit ambiguous and vague. So maybe someone will share the video and they might think this is part of normal Valheim. Does that make sense? And then they can start getting angry when they find out, oh no, this isn't a Valheim update, but you were excited about it. But here's how you actually do it. You know? I know that that's going to be controversial, but I think it will reach more people. And I noticed because I've already accidentally done this with tutorials, and the more popular tutorials I've made are ones where I made mistakes in that were kind of vague, and then that led to people misunderstanding something and then sharing it and saying that it was the misunderstanding. So then other people come into the video with that as their first impression of the video, and they misunderstand it, and it makes this loop where more people start looking at it, misunderstanding, and getting angry, and then more and more and more and more. And so I have a feeling if I'm just able to tolerate this stuff, maybe it's for the best. I don't know. I got this feeling. I gotta practice with it though. And so then let's see. Christy Hallna says, let's see. Oh no, I was misinterpreting Hilly's comment. So then Zeal says, if you say so, try making a series of episodes telling funny stories, short vids with EWP tricks. I need to wrap my head around the whole shorts as well, to be honest. That's one of the things, like, I know I need to make shorts, but I just haven't. So I know that the formula is like you have a video. It's like maybe between 8 and 12 minutes or however long. That's your long format video. And then, oh, thank you. So you have that set up basically, right? But then you use the shorts to attract people to that video by having the short be like a teaser of it, right? So I can wrap my head around how to do it, and especially with the shorts, I could really mess with people with shorts. So maybe I should just make my tutorials in the same kind of format. Ah, thanks for the follow, Christy. I appreciate that. That's awesome. But maybe I can make the tutorials in a more similar format. And the thing I play the trick with is the short. Because the shorts are the things that reach more people who have... I'm more likely to reach those other people who think things, right, and aren't playing, and make comments. Because here's the basic logic. I believe that there's loads of people who don't play Valheim, who talk a bunch of shit about Valheim and complain about it. And I want to use them to reach people who actually care about Valheim. Does that make sense? And I used to be afraid of these individuals who talk so much shit and say so many things and are so antagonistic. But I see now, everybody is scared. So maybe I can stand out by embracing it instead. Make sense? Maybe that's how I can get some leverage. So Hilly says, so you present a solution to wooden floors don't take rain damage anymore with EWP, and people call you a dumbass, use a Yes, exactly. That is exactly what I'm trying to do. It's like get them to feel like I'm stupid and that thing's not necessary, and that they're smart, and that they have the better thing, and to you know what I mean? Like I think that in doing that, in antagonizing these very frustrating people who are just inherently lurking around, not really playing games, talking a bunch of shit, complaining about things, right? In doing that, I can reach more other people and maybe bring more attention. Because, like, ultimately, like, I want to bring more attention to Valheim itself. Like, I don't fully understand why Valheim isn't a bit more popular than it is. And so, like, my logical conclusion to that is that my interests are fundamentally not the same as other people. Because how do I square the fact that, like, Valheim is not a very popular game with the fact that Valheim is by far the most meaningful gaming experience I've ever had in my life, and it's changed how I view other games. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what does that say about either me or the masses, right? Because on one hand, I've had this incredible experience with the game, whereas on the other hand, loads of people don't like Valheim. Like, they think it's bad for whatever reason. And that's what I'm wondering. Like, is that just because the power of these criticisms online is so intense that people can't see what Valheim really is? They, like, can't see the game through the shit talking? Like, what do you guys think? Like, how do you wrap your heads around that? Because I know you listening, probably you like Valheim a lot, right? And you're also probably aware that Valheim is not a super popular game, like in the mainstream perspective of things, right? So how do you square that with yourself? Like, what do you think is the answer to that? Like, why is that the case, right? And welcome, Delta Tesseract, welcome. Whoa, it all comes down to neuro trainment. Neuro-entrainment. Wow, that's a new word for me. Neuro-entrainment. I gotta Google that. 1 second. Neuro-entrainment. I can unpack the context clues there, but let's see. So maybe entrainment. We'll start with entrainment. Ah, here we go. Brainwave entrainment. Observations. Ah, that brainwaves synchronize to external stimuli. Ah, okay. Interesting. Huh. This is like a whole other way of looking at things I have to look into, to be honest. Neurotainment. Cool. Very cool. I guess, let's see. So if, I guess I can take an example, because that's a good example, Hilly. Hilly said, as an example of one of the, like, these cases of, like, a solution and tricking someone. He said, so you present a solution to wooden floors taking rain damage, right? So the problem is that wooden floors take rain damage, and then they get ugly, right? So that's a problem most players have. So how do I trick them? Basically, I think the trick can be EWP itself. Because I can basically, let's say, for example, let's say that I have these wooden floors. If it now rains, they're going to take damage, right? In vanilla Valheim. But what I could do is I could make the video show the client loading without mods and going into the world and then having that experience. And I can word it in a way where I never say that it's like, you know, a server that is that way. I can say, this is possible in vanilla Valheim. You know, and obviously that's gonna piss people off. But at the same time, maybe that is for the best, right? Because even if it, let's say that I'm totally wrong. I screw people over, and then suddenly everybody thinks that in Valheim, because of this viral video, that things no longer take rain damage. And I misled all those people. What happens then? Right? Like, what happens next? I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, is that really that bad of a thing? I'm not sure, to be honest. Hilly says that people are upset about the slow development. In case of myself, I would have dropped the game too. If the Valen game... Oh, Vol engine via EWP doesn't exist. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting, to be honest, because for me... I mean, that's true. Like, I'm only able to play Valheim as often as I do because of Expand World prefabs. Expand World prefabs was a huge turning point for me, where it went from Valheim as a game I love that I play every now and then for a bit, to it's a game I am dedicated to, that I use to study things I really care about, and it became a much deeper part of my life thanks to Expand World prefabs. So, like, I completely agree with Hilly in that way, that because of the slow development of Valheim, there are problems from that. And this is where I think I get a bit derailed when I talk about this with other people. When I say that when that people complain about Valheim and these things, I'm not trying to say that there aren't problems with Valheim. There are loads of problems. I, for one, think the boss progression system is something that ruins the game. Literally ruins it. I think the boss progression system is handled in such a way that it causes players to stop playing Valheim and have unpleasant experiences routinely through a planned progression system. I don't like the boss system at all, okay? That being said, I understand why Iron Gate made it the way that they did, and I don't think any less of them for that. And if they hadn't made it that way, I wouldn't be able to try something different. So when I talk about Iron Gate, it's not that I don't think they've made mistakes. It's that from my perspective, it's almost like out of place, because they built a sandbox game. We can now do anything with that sandbox game. And yes, we're using tools that they didn't provide us. We're using tools that Yer or Azimat or another modder provided, right? But it's still like we're going into the sandbox nature of the game. So from my perspective, at least, like, yeah, these may be tools with modders, but you're using the tools so that you can build more things in the game. And that's the point. So from my perspective, Iron Gate has already done their job. I get that they don't add features quickly and that it takes them forever and that they're generally disconnected from the player base and that they don't have like a solid face of the company that interacts with people and makes YouTube videos and keeps us up to date and holds question and answer sessions and, you know, all these things that absolutely are critical in the modern era that Iron Gate just doesn't really do, you know? Like, you fundamentally need more personal interaction with developers, or they need to hire somebody who does that in a more direct way, right? Whereas what tends to happen is people hire social media managers and then they just kind of share game updates and multi-share them, so to speak, push all these updates out to different platforms. But that's not the same as like having live streams with the actual developers and the actual players and connecting and talking about the issues in the game together. You see what I'm getting at? So like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Iron Gate runs things well. I'm not even saying they run things properly. What I'm saying is that they've done their job. And at this point, it's up to us as the community to make more out of the game and to make it more relevant again. I don't expect Iron Gate to do that. Maybe you do. Maybe you feel that Deep North will be a big update and it's going to bring back all the players. I've had that experience multiple times. It's never happened. Maybe that'll happen. I don't think so. I think that fundamentally, people think they've already experienced Valheim for the most part. Obviously, you playing this, you might not feel that way, right? You're quite dedicated. But at the end of the day, people believe they've already played the game. So until people believe that the game has really fundamentally changed, I don't think there's gonna be some big uptick. Like, I used to think that about Ashlands, but then Ashlands came out and it was like comparable to the Bog Witch. Ashlands was a bigger update than the Bog Witch. It attracted more long-term attention to Valheim. But it wasn't like some sudden influx of old players who started playing again. I've come to believe, personally, to go off of Delta Tesseract's comment, I've come to believe that, like, people say they'll come back, but they probably won't. Some of them do. But until that public perception changes, like, it doesn't matter. Valheim could become, like, they could add, like, 10 biomes, fully polish everything, and set everything up and make it a gem that everybody loves. But that doesn't matter if most people in the public think that it's still that old game that they played in the pandemic. You have to have some way for the public perception of the game itself to change. And that is complicated, right? Because Iron Gate itself doesn't do marketing. They don't have outreach. They accidentally blew up in the very beginning, but now there's no way for them to re-communicate with all those people or re-reach out to them. And even if you look at when they post an update or someone interviews Iron Gate staff, it's not like it's viral content. You know, it's very much niche stuff. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was funny. So I just say this because it's just important to keep these things in mind if you want to have like an accurate sense of how things unfold and play out, right? And I'm not saying that people will never
experience Valheim as it is. And I'm not saying the masses will never catch up and realize that the game's gotten a lot better. I'm just saying that the origin of that change, I do not believe will be a Valheim update. Honestly, like, even if they fixed multiplayer, which in my head, if they reworked multiplayer from the ground up so it wasn't laggy, in my head, that would be the best update ever possible. But at the same time, I don't think that would suddenly mean there's going to be a bunch of people playing Valheim. Because again, we'd come face to face with the same issue, that Valheim has a reach problem. And at this point, the reputation of the state of pandemic Valheim is so powerful and so entrenched in the minds of so many people that the game itself has already passed that point, right? And that's what I'm getting at. Like, there is no way for the game to get better enough through an update that people know about it, because the game already is better enough through updates and people don't know about it, right? Like the Bogwitch update, for example, it shows that Iron Gate is paying attention to certain problems in the game that they have pretty much ignored up until this point. They added sinks for coins, they added practical utility and reasons to do the Bogwitch update. If you look at how many players have integrated and used Bogwitch mechanics compared to how many players have done the Hilder's Request quests, I would bet that more players have used Bogwitch features because they are actually genuinely useful. They're not some stamina clothes that does a minute, almost unrecognizable change to your stamina adjustment, right? Like how often have you've been building, but then you're like, oh, I'm not wearing my building clothes. This doesn't feel like I'm building fast enough. Like, it's just irrelevant. It doesn't matter, pretty much. So they went from an update like that to then the complete opposite. That's all quality of life stuff, all practical, redoing feasts, adding potions, loads and loads and loads of very useful content. So my point is that it's clear that Iron Gate themselves have learned a lot. And it's clear they do still care and they're working on things. But that being said, Valheim itself still isn't a very popular game. And so I don't think that that's really going to change until some kind of ridiculousness happens. So that's kind of why I'm interested in these sort of publicity stunt things. Because I have a feeling that there's a bunch of people who are actually ready to have a lot of fun with Valheim. But because they've listened to all the bullshit, they won't give it another shot, right? And so the thing is, though, if there's all these individuals, we need to figure out how to trigger loads of these individuals to give Valheim another shot together, right? And I think that has to do with bigger streamers doing something related to Valheim. So my theory is that whatever does bring Valheim more players, and I'm not saying to be a mainstream game, I'm saying what brings Valheim more players, more consistent player base. Not saying the top. I'm just saying, you know, like, you could make, you know, Valheim content and be satisfied with it, right? There's, like, one of the reasons, like, people don't make Valheim content is because there's so few Valheim players compared to other games, so it's really challenging for them. And, like, that's one reason I stand out. I've been able to make Valheim content consistently. Not super consistently, but with the live streams, it's consistent. For years, when Valheim is considered a dead game to many, many other people. And that's why, like, people like Spazzy Games stand out as well. Because he's made a lot of Valheim content in a time where most people abandoned and left Valheim. And I have a lot of respect for Spazzy in that way as well. I learn a lot from seeing his streams and seeing the way he makes content. Because he makes content that actually appeals to these masses of people who know about the game, and he's able to break through to them. And you can tell that because of the viewership in his videos. He gets more views than the Valheim players. He gets views from people who used to play Valheim, but don't really do it much anymore, right? Whereas I have a very niche audience that's more people who are very, very, very passionate about Valheim to the point where they've started making their own worlds or they've been playing since the beginning. Those are the kind of people who tend to be more interested in the content that I make. So I have to learn how to bridge this gap. And that's something that for me is stepping out of my comfort zone and something that is challenging, right? It's been a learning experience in that sense. And so now let me read up on some of Delta Tesseract's comments there. I was going on my rant a bit. Delta says, is Valheim going to top the chart chapter 1.0? Probably not. People who played it like a fad have moved on. The diehard crew are more into an experience. It's about the vibe, and I'm totally here for it. On Xbox Series X. On the same development parallel, I have to wonder when Minecraft hype engine will die out. The Minecraft cash cow is not going to last when OG gamers grow up and have families. Yeah, honestly, Minecraft itself is such a fascinating situation, really. The fact that it's gone on as long as it has, but this is kind of the thing you should understand, like, modern gaming, they won't lose out on the hype because they're making gamers as well as losing old gamers. So, while it's true... Whoa! I saw that. I saw that flame. I was like, that's not supposed to be there. You saw him outside, though, earlier, right? I saw a little 2-star goblin outside the gate, and I was like, yeah, I'll be fine. But it's quite a thing there, and it's interesting to compare Minecraft because it is quite similar to Valheim. But in Minecraft, people have really opened up with the server things and shown off everything, right? Whereas in Valheim, that's like barely happened at all. And I don't know if that has to do with like adults taking longer to get creative, because Valheim's more of an adult game. It has a much older player base, definitely, than Minecraft. So maybe it has something to do with that, right? But dang. Maybe I mean I would love it if Valheim gets to a point where people are using it in as many different ways as people use Minecraft. Holy crap, that would be awesome. Because on Minecraft, you can have like whole servers that are like, they have hundreds of people on them, and it's crazy. Like, there's so many things you can do that are not even dreamable on Valheim. Like, I mean, honestly, Valheim is like a single player / co-op experience in a multiplayer world if you're on a server. But for the most part, it's a limited multiplayer experience because of how limited the networking is and how many problems like building a big base will cause when you have multiple people trying to play. Like, you know, that puts the players at odds with each other. So Christy Cullen made a comment that Wolf Cape is not as good as the Feather Cape. You are right. The Feather Cape is absurdly powerful. It is an incredibly powerful piece of equipment. But I personally, I like how the Wolf Cape looks. And if you haven't noticed, I am in bronze gear with a Wolf Cape in the plains. So things are not normal here in the first place. Basically, on Path of Magic, you can take any gear that you want and make it a lot stronger. So this is just a normal Wolf Cape, nothing special. But if you look at the swords, like, this is level 24, right? Does 173 damage. It's a bronze sword, right? You can't normally do that. And also, if you've noticed this entire time, I've been, like, getting encumbered, and then I just randomly get this buff. How do I do that? Well, that's because in Path of Magic, all heavy armor sets give you the increased carry weight. So that way you can have an actual reason to wear heavy armor from a practical perspective. And we also have empowering systems and all sorts of other stuff. For now, I just realized I lost my blacksmith, didn't I? I let him out of the cage and loose in here. And then he ran off somewhere. And he's probably dead. Also, the diverger is dead. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. I see. You. Are you the one who killed them? I would assume so, given the way he's just wailing on everything. Here, I want to show you the goblin thrust. This is my favorite discovery here. I can bait the first attack and then get that thrust in, and then he's just wrecked. And so, as you'll see, on Path of Magic, pretty much, you can do loads of damage, and also enemies can do loads of damage. So it's easier to kill things, but also easier to die. And that's a whole other thing. I tend to over-explain PoM mechanics, to be honest. But basically, you get these blacksmiths, and then you can pay material to the blacksmith for them to upgrade your weapons and armor. And sometimes they f it up and they destroy the thing, whereas other times they double its strength. And so this means that you make weapons and armor over and over again, and it makes a more compatible system for a long-term immersive experience on a server in Valheim. That's a whole other thing I've talked a lot about, so I'll try not to get too derailed there. That's cool. So which sword do you have that's maxed out, Christy? I really like the silver sword, to be honest, because it feels so epic to get it. Because for some reason the silver sword requires like substantially more metal than pretty much any other sword in the entire game. And I think you need like 200 something silver to make the whole thing and get it to level 4. I really like the silver sword. I'll make a whole thing about getting that on the playthrough at some point. But for now, we've been working on this building loop and building stuff here, using up resources, and then farming goblins. That's been my kind of go-to thing. Let's see. Do I want to rant about something? Yeah, I could go a little longer. If anyone asks a question or wants to talk about something, feel free to. And just a reminder that Path of Magic is a free-to-join public server that anybody is welcome to try out. It is a no-map, no-portals server with a lot of custom mechanics, alterations, and changes. So it can take some getting used to for normal Valheim players. But don't be misled, because you don't need to, like, be really good at Valheim to have a good time on Path of Magic. There's quite a few players on PoM who had not played Valheim before. There's other people who were veterans. I would say most of the players on PoM have been playing for a while, and they've played other normal Valheim, so to speak. But not everybody. You know, we've had people join, and this is what they think Valheim is. And they still stayed and enjoyed it, so... I'm not going to say it's for everybody, though, you know? Because, like, the reality is, I think most Valheim players, they're too reliant on the map and portals. So when they're in a world that has no map and no portals, it's very hard for them to stay alive. And they get frustrated. Because basically what happens... And, okay, this is my opinion. Keep that in mind. But let's call it an informed opinion. Portals make players speed through the game, and they make the game significantly easier. This easier reality makes players less skilled, if that makes sense. Because basically, because they don't really need to stay alive unless they're setting that first portal, and a lot of other things, the portals make the game shallower. And I'm not saying that it ruins the game, because a lot of people don't have that much time. They want to play a more sped up version of the game, that's fine. But you should understand that the act of having portals in the game has very, real consequences for the long-term immersive value of the game itself. And it also has a lot of intense consequences for the users of the portals. And what I mean by this is that Valheim is actually quite a deep game with a lot of nuances and little things that you can learn to do. But when you use portals and maps, you don't have to do them. You don't learn to orient yourself based on the world tree with a single glance, because why would you? Like, can you look at this and tell me where in the world I am? Because anybody who's used to playing on a no map, no portal world can tell you. They know that that center comes across from the far east of the world and wraps through to the west. They know that the world tree itself points to the west. And by looking at the placement of the trunk and its branches, a no map, no portal player who is experienced can just look at the world tree and know that we are somewhere close to the center of the world, a little bit south, and to the west. Just by looking in the sky, right? And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. When players use a lot of portals and other things, it's very complicated. People become complacent. You know what I mean? Ooh, Fizu has feisty comment. Let's see. This can't say anything using mods on a solo. Dude, I don't even know what that sentence means. Can you try again? I'm not sure what I think maybe it means using mods on a solo. He could mean that he thinks I'm using mods on a solo world, or maybe they're saying that they use mods on a solo world. I don't even know, to be honest. It's kind of hard to understand what he's saying. Christy says she uses boats. That is awesome. Isn't sailing cool? Honestly, I find that when one isn't in a rush, sailing in Valheim is really awesome. And for me, there's a lot of things in Valheim that I think are great, but I don't think it's great to force people to do them. Because then they go into them with this mentality of having to do it, and it doesn't foster enjoyment. So personally, while I do love sailing, I believe that players should have lots of different options. And that's actually why on Path of Magic, you don't have to sail. You can, and it's a fun experience, and it can be very dangerous and very quick. It can get you where you need to go. But you can also just travel along the paths. You could progress through the entirety of the game and never play anything else, and actually never have gotten into a boat, because the paths cross over the ocean. They go into every single biome. You can get everywhere in the world just traveling on foot. And that's what I like. I don't like how our culture is so divided. For example, you're supposed to hate coffee and love tea, or love tea and hate coffee. Apparently you can't like both of them or hate both of them, which is just stupid. Like, and there's a lot of that in like gaming discourse. People talk a bunch of shit and they say like, oh, because you like this, you can't like that. You know what I mean? But it's totally possible to enjoy sailing, but also think that people shouldn't be forced to sail and they should have other options. You know what I mean? Christy Colonna says, not all places. Could you clarify what you mean by not all places? I don't think I understand, to be honest. And here, I'll show a little bit about the actual path. So when people are, so you're thinking of normal normal Valheim, right? And yeah, you have to use a boat. Exactly, exactly. But what if the world of Valheim you lived in had other ways to cross the water aside from a boat or a portal? Make sense? So, well, you know what? Why don't I've been building for a while and we're talking about that, so why don't I just show you? I'll show you that there are many other options for how players can cross water without the traditional options, okay? So, you're completely right that in normal Valheim, you have to use a boat to progress because you have to get to other biomes. Absolutely right. Maybe if you're lucky, you could find a seed and swim across in the right places, etc. With some planning, you can make a no sailing run. Completely possible. But there's other ways, and basically on Path of Magic, there is one giant path that crosses the entirety of the world. It connects half the continents, like maybe a third of the continents that exist. So it's very, 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 very big. Uh-oh. Let's see how this goes. Probably this Lox is going to have some trouble, because I'm about to get... Here we go, I'm just going to do it now. Alright, so now you get to see a quest boat in action. So, on PoM, the boats are a little bit different, basically. Let's try and fix this a little bit here. So there's special boats. You can do quests to get unique boats, right? And basically, this is the fastest boat in the game. It looks like it's a normal boat. Ooh, that looks pretty good. But then when you actually use it, just wait until I catch the wind. You're going to see this is not a normal carve. So if we go off over here, for example, we're going to sail around over here. We can start going off. And as you can see, you can move really quickly, right? Unfortunately, the wind is against me for the moment, so I won't be able to take advantage of that quickness. But I'm going to use this to explain some of the ways that the world can be opened up on a no map, no portal situation, where you don't have to force players to be in the part of sailing that they hate. And the part of sailing that people hate is when, not so much when you're in a carve, it's when you're in a long ship and you're in the middle of the ocean and this is your life. It takes a while. And granted, it makes your boat feel awesome when you finally get the wind beneath your back. Like, it's great. But, not gonna lie, a lot of players are very frustrated, myself included, by how often in vanilla Valheim, like, let me put it this way. Valheim isn't always the most respectful of your time, if that makes sense. It's very easy to play with other people, and then, like, you finish what you're doing, but then the voyage back home sailing takes an hour, or 2 hours, or 3. And personally, I don't think that it adds more value than it detracts. And that's why, it's not that I've, like, removed sailing, but on Path of Magic, I've given people a lot of other options. So that sailing is something they can do, but it's not their only choice. So as you saw earlier, I have this quest boat, which is super, super fast, as long as the wind's behind it. And that allows you to travel a lot further than you're used to. That's one way to make the sailing a little bit more tolerable. It's more fun, less standing still, more crashing from the intense speed of the boat. But here's the other way. These are the guts of why sailing is optional on Path of Magic. You see, the whole server has loads of these arterial pathways. And they go through every biome of the game multiple times. So it's not like you go from meadows to swamp to mistlands. No, you can access like 13 different mistlands from this path, or like 8 different swamps, or like 5 different black forests. It goes a long, long, long way. In fact, it wraps around the entirety of the world. Like, it's pretty much up there with one of the longer paths. Like, I'm sure probably someone has made a longer path in Valheim before, but because this goes over oceans using these, like, huge sky path structures, I'm not sure. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Path of Magic is one of the longest paths on a Valheim server, mostly because it wraps around itself and doesn't take the path of least travel. So, for example, the PoM path goes to the Ashlands, through the entirety of the Ashlands, and then back up all the way to the north. So, that's what I'm getting at when I say that on Path of Magic, you don't have to use boats. You can progress through the entire game just traveling and exploring. And that's been, yeah, it's been a fun experience for me personally, because it's where it all kind of started, if that makes sense. And yeah, so Christy, you won't have this kind of stuff. Is all I'm playing on a server that is adjusted. So the players are vanilla. Like, you can join the server and play on it, and you don't need any mods. But you'll have experiences that are different than the Valheim you're used to. So this is an adjusted version of Valheim that accepts vanilla players, if that makes sense. So one of those changes is these big paths that allow players to find places that they can build things. Because for me, I had a lot of experiences in video games before the Path of Magic and before I started developing it. And I noticed that I often have a lot of fun when I'm traveling down a road and I have to run away from something dangerous or fight it. Like, for me, I have more fun doing that than other things. And I noticed that in MMOs in particular, we're always fast traveling through areas and teleporting to different places. And it's kind of sad because it means that the thing that I enjoy the most just doesn't happen. Traveling down a dangerous path with a group of other people, you know, like, that's not part of the World of Warcraft experience for the most part. And that was originally what led to the idea of the path, except in the beginning, I thought it was best if players tried to make the path. And then I eventually changed the philosophy completely and settled on, players need infrastructure already built. Not buildings. They like building the buildings. But the paths, the bridges, they should already be constructed. Because otherwise, the time it takes for a player to build a large infrastructure project is so extreme that they're probably going to stop playing after they finish. And then they don't actually use the infrastructure that they created. So that was a big lesson for me. You can take it from, take it from me. Right? Ooh, level 2 star. Okay, mister. Oh, I was gonna say I didn't shift close enough. I was tripping out about the fact that in my head I called him a level 2 star goat, or a level 2 star monster, when really he's just a 2-star monster. And because I script and I know that the actual thing is 3, if that makes sense, 2 star is basically like level 3 sort of. Anyway, that was a side thing. I got distracted. And yeah, Christy, you're right. It does take hours to build. And that's something, just for those of you who want to, like, have your own server and make a fun experience for other people, I'll leave with some just general words of advice for you. people have fun over preparing for things that are never going to happen. Generally, that's how Valheim players are. So if you build them a building, they're not going to use it. But if you build them a road, they will build buildings on that road. Make sense? And that was a big learning lesson for me as well, because players will try and do things and they'll say that they're doing it for other people. We're building this for these people. We're building that for those people. But oftentimes they're building things for their own joy of building. And they're claiming it's for other people's benefit. But really that's just something they're telling themselves. That's pretty typical. So if you understand that this is how most players are, then when people join your server, you can offer a more predictable experience. So Jesse A says, hey JP, if I host my own server with mods, do the other people just install the same mods via R2 Modman and that's it? Yeah, but there's 3 scenes, okay? There's Vanilla Valheim, there's Modded Valheim, and then there's Vanilla Friendly Modded Valheim. In Vanilla Valheim, there's no mods. In Modded Valheim, every player must install the same mods that the server runs. In Vanilla Friendly Modded Valheim, the players can be completely vanilla. So Path of Magic is a vanilla friendly experience. It is a modded Valheim experience, as you can see. Like this, for example, PoM, ? This isn't part of normal Valheim. You can't just type and then see a bunch of text show up on your screen, right? Yet, a vanilla player could join Path of Magic and do this exact thing. That's what vanilla-friendly modding is. It means that the player doesn't need to install anything. The player plays with a vanilla client. The server itself is adjusted. Whereas when you use normal mods, which is more common, the players have to download the mod pack to be able to play on the server. So if they have a vanilla Valheim client and they try and join your modded server, they'll get kicked out of it. Make sense? Oh, Christy, you've been building something? That's awesome. Well, if you want, you could join the Poolside Discord server, and you can share what you've been building on there. Poolside is a community Valheim server that I'm part of, along with Splash of Pain and Captain Crumbs, who both make Valheim content. So if you want to join that Discord and share what you're working on there, that would be really cool. It's a great place to find some other people who like Valheim, and if you want to learn from other people's buildings and show off your own, then you're welcome to. You can find links to that Discord group in the description of either my YouTube videos or Captain Crumbs or Splash of Pain. And Jess A says, I see, nice, good to know. And so what you're talking about, Jess, normally you would make a mod pack. So you pick the mods that you want to put on your server, and then you basically upload those same mods as a mod pack file to R2, and then anybody who wants to play on the server can search for the mod pack and then install it directly through R2 and then join your server. That's the easiest way to have the mod pack set up. And also understand that I would argue there's probably more modded Valheim servers than there are vanilla Valheim servers. Probably. So for the most part, people are kind of used to installing a mod pack. For me personally, I try and make it the opposite, so you don't need anything. However, I do want to set up a quality of life mod pack for PoM that's just like the basic things like this. I really, really think that equipment and quick slots adds a lot of value to the game. And then also crafting from containers, I think helps a lot as well. And same with some of those other UI inventory management stuff. In general, my philosophy on Path of Magic is that I can learn from every single player. So instead of trying to control what players do, instead, I let players play how they want to play. And I only try and intervene if it's harming another person. So if you want to use a mod that makes the game easier for you so that you can focus on building, you can use speedy paths, which literally makes your character run faster on paths. It makes it much easier to stay alive, especially on a server like Path of Magic, where there are paths everywhere. I personally don't play that way, but I don't try and stop people from doing that, because I believe that everybody has the right to play Valheim the way that they want. And if they want to use different mods for that experience, that's fine. However, the moment that you start fucking with someone else and hurting the experience of another person on the server, then yeah, I'll move against that. I want people to feel safe and comfortable here. And for example, I had to ban one person in the history of this server for a whole year because they kept spawning in using dev commands and then going near other players and like messing with them, like spawning a troll and killing it, and not like outright destroying their stuff, but just making the guy feel uncomfortable, right? So I asked him to stop and he didn't, so he got banned. I don't like banning people. I don't generally think it's a good thing. I think that in general, situations usually resolve themselves. But the moment you start like actively hurting another player's experience, then I don't really care why or what you say. I will just ban you. But I've only had to do that once. So, you know, it doesn't matter. And normally I'm quite reasonable. But I found that I can let people do their things, try out different mods. There's certain situations where like mods will cause problems. Like there's certain mods that change the stack size, right, of items in your inventory. For example, like this is one of 50. Some mods might make it so the stack size is 999 for whatever you want. That messes up quests in PoM. So there are certain mods that if you try and use them on Path of Magic, it's not going to work. But for the most part, it'll be fine. And I also learn a lot about game development, because when I see that all of the players on the server are using a certain mod, that's a pretty good indication that that feature should be implemented into the server somehow, right? And then there's also mods that you can counter. For example, I like the cosmetics of the Plant Everything mod, but I don't like how it completely breaks biome planting progression, because it sort of removes some mechanical things to the game, right? So there's a lot of mods like that like, it's touchy. And that's why I believe that it's on an individual case-by-case basis. You should allow people to play with what they enjoy playing with. But then, if they're interrupting someone else, that's a problem. Okay? And if you want to try Path of Magic, then it's free to join. All you have to do is just get the Discord information and then log in. The only thing you need is to have PC Valheim. It's not available right now on Xbox because, unfortunately, the crossplay service is not really that viable. Let's just say this. Valheim is known for its multiplayer latency issues. Crossplay takes those same multiplayer latency issues and it exponentiates them, makes them way worse on a scale that is not linear. Basically, it ruins everything. And it's kind of unfortunate. I don't know how we found ourselves in this situation where, like, there is a feature that's advertised as allowing you to play with your friends on different platforms. When you actually use that feature, it makes the worst parts of the game noticeably worse. You know? Which is unfortunate. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad you're playing on the Xbox. There's something about a console thing, to be honest, that it gives this different feel to games. And I want to make PoM accessible on an Xbox. I really do, because I can learn more from Xbox players as well as PC players. The problem though is that in Valheim, in order to allow Xbox players, you have to enable a setting called crossplay. And if you do this to your server, it makes a lot of issues and people get disconnected more frequently. There's more lag. So you're able to play with Xbox players, but then the experience is really laggy. So it might work if you just have one other person you're playing with, but if you have multiple other people, having crossplay enabled destroys the experience for PC players. And sometimes it's so bad that it even messes things up for single player PC players on the server. That's how bad crossplay is. It's really problematic. And I know this because I started with the server running crossplay. And I found out the hard way about all the problems. So that's just how it is, sort of. It's more like this. You can have an Xbox server that has crossplay on it, and it will work okay for Xbox players. But then when you have a PC player join that same crossplay enabled server, there's a lot more problems in the interactions between the PC player and the Xbox player than two Xbox players interacting or two PC players interacting. And when you have a server, you have a lot of people interacting. Sometimes maybe there's 3 or 4 people all in the same chunk, and it gets really bad sometimes. So mostly what I'm talking about is once you pass one other person. So when you're just crossplay does work for, that's what I was saying earlier. It's like a cooperative experience. You play with one other person and crossplay's okay. But the moment you have crossplay enabled, there's multiple people playing on a server, there are a lot of problems. And I know this just because I'm connected with server developers and the people who manage these communities. And go find a crossplay enabled server that has more than 2 people online regularly that is not a laggy mess. I'm telling you that when people manage servers, crossplay is so problematic that people stop using it. So don't get me wrong, I'm not saying when a person who wants to play Valheim normally gets a server that crossplay is useless. It's not. It's a good way for you to play with your one friend. Maybe if you're lucky, 2 of your friends. But as far as a server that could have multiple people playing in different areas, up to 10 people online at the same time, even just 4 people online at the same time in the same chunk, crossplay is not viable. And that's kind of problematic, you know? But this again speaks to the whole way that Valheim is developed. Valheim is developed as sort of like a board game experience, a single player experience to be shared with 1 or 2 other people. You're playing with your group of friends. It's like you're setting up a board game of Risk to play for the next couple of weeks or the next couple of months on a world. That's how most people play Valheim. I'm not talking about the most dedicated players. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that this is kind of how they developed it, right? And so that's a constant theme, that Valheim was developed to be a linear game played like a board game that expires and motivates players to explore by expiring resources around them, right? Like that's why dungeons don't respawn. It's so that you're forced to go make a base somewhere else. You're forced to go explore and do something else. That's the logic behind it. And I'm not saying that that doesn't work. I'm just saying that for a server that needs to stay alive in the long run, that offers a world that doesn't restart seasonally, crossplay is basically impossible. And for any kind of heavy multiplayer like combat experience, it's also a lot more problematic. And so I think for now, I'm going to wrap up. I've been going, went way over for this stream. I went to like 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's quite a stream, to be honest. So I'm going to rest up a little bit and head out. So thank you so much for watching. If you want to learn more about Path of Magic, check out the YouTube channel, JP Valheim. It's got lots of content about that, and I got some cool interviews and other of these kind of controversial tutorials that I'm working on. They're coming out, so subscribe if you want to hear more about that. And if you want to support my work, then consider renting your own dedicated Valheim server to play on with your friends and customize. I've got a lot of content about how to do that. And if you want to support me, but you don't want to set up your own server, then you're welcome to support me on Patreon. That's a way that I have for people who like really believe in what I'm doing, and probably you're already playing on the server. If you want to, and you feel like it's made a big enough impact in you, you can support me there. But it's by no means required, and honestly, you just trying Path of Magic and playing on it, and like me getting to observe people do that, is payment in itself. So I definitely don't expect even a few of most people to pay for their time on Path of Magic. As far as I'm concerned, they're paying for it just by playing, just by trying. I'm learning from them, and I'm getting those lessons, and that's educating me. It's more just like there's certain players who've really gotten into it and they absolutely love it and they really want to support what I do and encourage me to keep working on it. That's what the Patreon's for. So there's 3 people who participate that way now. Thank you so much, Teens, Jerry, and Pan. All Path of Magic players who've played a lot. So that's been exciting. And with that, I will head out. Thanks for watching, everybody, and I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.